What's going on, guys? Good afternoon. Welcome back to United View. Hope everyone is doing very well. Welcome back to Match View Live. And live we are indeed for Manchester United versus Aston Villa in the Premier League at Old Trafford. Kickoff is in just under 2 hours' time. Team news is coming out in just under 45 minutes' time. How are we all feeling? This feels like a big one, doesn't it? Yes, there is so much on this game. Hopes of playing in the Champions League next season. We've got rivals slipping up, dropping points all over the place. We're playing one of the teams we're competing with for Champions League football today. It feels like a must-win, doesn't it? And I get what Flex was saying on the Trinity, where he's going, well, yeah, technically, it's not a must-win because Man United could lose today and then go on and win every single game between now and the end of the season. But it just feels different. It feels important, doesn't it? When it comes to momentum, when it comes to achieving goals, when it comes to job aspirations for Michael Carrick too. It feels like, this is important today. Performances recently, not been great. Not been great. They've been slow. They've been sloppy. They've been lethargic, but results have been okay. We've been getting over the line, except when we traveled to St. James's Park and we went up against 10-man Newcastle. We couldn't get the job done. So this is Michael Carrick's first major slip-up, first major setback. And the next game is against a rival for those Champions League spots today in Aston Villa. And as I mentioned, the rivals they're slipping up to. And it feels like if we get a win today, I mean, you don't secure Champions League football, but you go a bloody long way in doing it, don't you? You go a very long way in securing Champions League football. We're at home. It's there for us. It's there for us. There for us. Just breathe, and believe, right? How are we all feeling? Let me know where you're watching from. Be sure to smash a like on the like button. Be sure to subscribe. And also, let me know what the weather is like where you're at too, because for those that don't know, I've got to be careful. You got to be careful with, personal information online. But I am northern. I'm up north in that sort of north vicinity, and the weather's been bloody horrible for me today. So I don't know what it's going to be like at Old Trafford. I don't know what it's going to be like at OT. I know Tabrez, big up Tabs. He's probably parked up. He's probably ready. I'm sure he can jump in and give us a bit of a weather. Bit of a weather update, bit of condition, when they go to like the person pitch side, they go, how's the conditions today, Jeff? And he goes, well, the grass is a little bit long. It's a bit of a breeze, all that kind of stuff. Maybe that's what will happen. First super chat of the day comes from Amanor, says, Owen, I'm doing 25 minutes on the Stairmaster right now. Bloody hell, Amanor. Whoa. 25 minutes on the Stairmaster, that's no joke. That is no joke. I can barely do 5 or 10 minutes on the Stairmaster, right? Holy cow. Stairmaster, nice. Good work, Amanor. Nice. Good stuff. We've got, Cobham says sunny, but cold in London. Sammy says, it is so sunny. It's never been so sunny. It's the sunniest it's ever going to be. It's going to be so sunny, you'll be getting sick of it being sunny. Yeah, that's what Samuel is saying. Tabrez, we can go to our pitch side reporter in Tabs. He says, yeah, not good. My United bomber jacket is soaked. The game will be scrappy. Yeah, it's kind of similar weather to where I'm at then. That was my concern. I took Asher out earlier on, and as soon as we were greeted by the weather outside, I did think, I did sort of go Gary Neville territory. I can't lie. I did sort of go, conditions. And you know what? This maybe goes to show how much Senna Lomans has, changed our perspective on things. Because previously, when I saw the weather, previously, the first thing I would think of is Andre Onana. Straight away, I'd go, balls in the box, set pieces, slippery gloves, got to get the Vaseline out. Maybe he'd have that blob of Vaseline on the post and scratch at it like a cat, like that. I would think about that. Not anymore. I go out and I look around and I go, bit windy, bit rainy today. And I go, our goalkeeper can handle it. And speaking of which, yes, I'm aware of the lemon in the corner. We will chip away at it today during the match view. I've got them ready. So they're there. So, we'll try our best. You know what I mean? We'll try our best. Austin Baker says -20 in Stone in Wisconsin. I know that. It's Americans. I mean, that is why whenever we Brits bring up any kind of weather, so we'll go like, oh, it's really hot for us. Bear in mind that our houses don't have, central air or anything like that. We're like, oh, it's really hot. And then you get people from America be like, that's nothing. Or when we'll go, oh, it's a bit rainy, it's a bit cold today. People in America will be like, it's -20. We can't barely get outside. But we're like, wow, the wind's a little bit fierce for us. Wind's a bit fierce. Tab says, I can see a red card or a silly penalty today, not going to lie. I hope it's not decided on that. I mean, if it's positively for us, I don't give a shit. But I hope it doesn't set us back. I hope doesn't set us back. Nathan's going to go with a 3-1 as well. And yes, if you are just joining us and you're a bit like me, and I've mentioned this many a time this season, where just sort of, I don't know, when Man United aren't playing on a match day, I kind of just don't really pay huge amounts of attention. I'll know the scores, I'll know the results, but some games I'll watch, some games I won't. I'll be like, oh, football. And I think that is because of just the way football has changed in the modern day Premier League. I'm not sure it's, I'm as truly enthusiastic maybe as I once was, maybe. But in terms of the scores on the doors yesterday, we can actually show you guys this. So in terms of things that affected us, look at that one there. Chelsea losing against Newcastle at Stamford Bridge. And basically the title race is pretty much over. One would think Arsenal win, City drop points, it's over, isn't it? Arsenal have won the league. Which is hilarious because it just goes to show, doesn't it? Even in just like us, when we were watching that Lee Judges crash out a couple of weeks ago after they drew against Wolves. I can't back this team anymore. All that stuff, proper crashing out. It's done. It's over. It's gone. Look at that. Look what's changed in a couple of weeks. It just goes to show, even when you're at the top of the league or you're fighting for Champions League spots or it's relegation fight, You've got to try and stay as motionless as you can. It's not easy, is it? It's not easy. It's very, very difficult. We're all bad at it, but things can change very quickly. So what does that do, of course, to the table? Well, I will show you what it does to the Premier League table. This is where we're at today. This is why today is so critical, because we've got here Manchester United in third spot, 29 games played, 51 points. Chelsea, of course, they played yesterday. They dropped points. They are still, 3 points behind Manchester United. So if we win today, we go 6 points ahead of fifth. And it does look like fifth is going to get you Champions League football, despite us having a bad week in Europe with a lot of the Premier League teams losing. We're still going to get that extra Champions League spot. So it's looking like fifth and above is going to qualify you for the Champions League next season. So if we can be 6 points ahead of fifth, talk about a cushion. Talk about, again, not securing Champions League, officially or anything like that. There is still time to go. There is still a ways to go. And twists and turns will happen. This is football. This is the Premier League. This is Manchester United. This is sport, which is drama at its finest, isn't it? So there will be twists and turns. But if Manchester United can get a win today, not only do you go 3 points ahead of fourth, but 6 points ahead of fifth. That is like gold dust, not the wrestler, but that is like gold dust at this time of the season. When today's game is finished, we'll only have 8 to play, 8 Premier League games to play this season, and we'll be 6 points ahead of the final team qualifying for the Champions League. Oh, it would be superb. Now, I know, obviously, Liverpool play Spurs, I think. No, we're not even going to. Kristen, you're asking too much. You're crazy. I mean, I to be honest, Kristen, I'll say, have you had your meds this morning? Because Spurs winning a game, let alone against a side in the top 6, not going to happen. But you never know. Football's a funny game, like I said. But yes, if Man United can get the win today, it's, when they do the whole, you've got one hand on the trophy. There's no trophy for us to get here, but we'll have maybe 1 foot in the Champions League next season, one would feel like. And that is going to be so critical for us, for what we've got ahead of us. Of course, we've got to figure out who's our head coach going to be. 1. right? And Champions League will determine, which people you're picking from, if Michael Carrick stays, whatever. Champions League is a big part of that. Then you're looking at the players who we're going to have to recruit for. We need to make our squad bigger. Lord knows, our squad's fine for our schedule this season. We've only got one game. No, can't even say one game a week now, because after Friday, this coming week, we don't play for over 3 weeks. So we're not even at one game a week territory anymore. We're into like one game every sort of 10 or 14 days, basically, for now and the end of the season. It is horrific, absolutely horrific. The national breaks need to end. So again, we have to win to avoid this next season. But also when it comes to transfers, we know if you're in the Champions League, you're picking from a stronger pool of players. You're picking from some of the best players, aren't you? Which is important, which is critical. And it's a World Cup summer, so the transfer window is going to be tough. We need to do a lot of business. We need to make our squad bigger because, like I was touching on, the smaller squad is fine for the schedule we have. But next season, fighting on all fronts, we're going to need a lot of players. We need to improve the squad. And a lot of that is easier if you qualify for the Champions League. And we just need to do it because we're Man United, for F's sake, right? We haven't been in the Champions League. I touched on it in the preview, and I forget which one it was. So many videos. But if Man United don't qualify for the Champions League this season, that's 3 seasons in a row without Champions League football. We can't do it. Like, just that is just, there has to be some, you know what I mean? That just can't be possible. Can't be possible at all. So yes, today is critical, and I suppose you can't look too far ahead. And if we do this, then we've got to do this, then we've got to do this, and we've got to do this. But we've got to do what's, the first task. And the first task is win today. Win today. We're back at Old Trafford. We're back in action. I don't know about you. I hate with a passion this weird feeling that we're in at the moment when, like, we just don't play. No, and you know what I mean? We just don't. I feel like a lot of the time, with these gaps, and obviously we've got the big one coming up, which is at 3 weeks. But even when we're playing one game a week, I could swear sometimes it's like, even though it is 7 days, it feels like 14 days, or it feels like 3 weeks, or it feels like just the longest time when it's only like a week or so. And I can't be doing with it again next season. I just cannot. I cannot be doing it again next season. I want European football, particularly Champions League. And obviously got to go further in those Carabao Cup competitions and FA Cup, what have you. So yes, but to do all of that, got to win today. That's the important thing. Take care of what is in front of us. It's called an addiction, Owen. I know. But because it just doesn't feel right. Because like I said, when it comes to sort of football outside of Manchester United, outside of Man United, like at the moment, I think I'm trying to sort of pull myself away from it just so I don't get like annoyed, basically. Because, you get to March, and March is the time of the year where you do have the big Champions League games. You saw it this week, Chelsea, PSG, or Newcastle, Barcelona, the big exciting games. You want to be a part of that, And even when you're in Europa League, at least you go, well, we're part of something. It's not great, but we're part of something. To be not even invited, you know what I mean? To take the exam, like KG pulled out the example Friday on the Trinity, where when you're in Europa League or whatever, you're kind of taking that foundation exam. There's only so high you can get, right? We're not even taking exams at the moment. we didn't even qualify, meet the threshold to even be allowed to take the exam, let alone get high grades possible. So yes, today is important. Today is critical. As far as for who's back, as far as team news and squad news and what have you, Michael Carrick did say that Mason Mount was back in the squad, which was a bit of a surprise, wasn't it? It was a bit of a surprise because just like the day before, there was those reports coming out that he wasn't seen with the squad and this, that, and the other, but he's back in the squad. I mean, in terms of a difference that it will make, option for the bench. It's an option for the bench today. I don't see him. He's not going to go into the starting 11. Obviously, he hasn't played in a while. It might be a case of like, because you don't take Casemiro off for Ugarte, but maybe it's one of those ones where later on in the game you can bring him on for just put him in the middle of the park. He's got some legs, run around a little bit, and can pass the ball better than Ugarte, maybe. But in terms of, it's a massive, I saw, obviously the United PR kind of stuff, try to frame it. Big addition, addition back into the squad. You sort of go, yeah, I mean, it's an extra body, but in the summer, he needs to go. He's too injury prone. It is what it is. And then speaking of the injury prone players, Leacher, obviously not going to be in the squad today. There was some reporting saying that he could be back for Friday's game against Bournemouth, which would be a positive. He is a massive miss, absolutely massive miss. To play out from the back the way that he does, his leadership, obviously, like everyone else in this team, he's got his deficiencies and frailties. And obviously, there is a big conversation, I think, about injury prone and what have you. But having back on Friday will be big. But looks like he's not going to be involved today, not going to be part of the squad today. So then when it comes to the rest of it, I mean, it kind of then is as it was, really, isn't it? I mean, you're then looking at the front three, and that's where you might get some change. Obviously, Ahmad didn't start the last game. There's been a lot of discussion on, does Carrick go back to what he was doing before? Šeško on the bench, and you have a front three of Mbeumo, Ahmad, and Cunha, Bruno in behind. Do you keep Šeško through the middle, have Mbeumo on the right, maybe Ahmad on the left, keep Cunha on the bench to come on because he's affected the game positively from the bench, the same way that Šeško has? I don't know. Frankly, I don't really care that much. Honestly, I just want the win. I just want the win. I'm not... I know it happens every time the team news gets announced, so I'm not going to be too shocked by it. But there will be crash outs and meltdowns when the team news is announced in, what is that, about half an hour's time, because there always is. I don't care today. Just win. Obviously, we want to see a performance. I want to see a performance today. I want to see us start faster than we have done recently. I want us to show that level of intensity and energy that we did, say, against Manchester City at Old Trafford. I think the atmosphere will be there for it today. I hope it is. But the players have to, energize the crowd as well. So, yeah, for me, performance would be lovely, and I hope to see a reaction. I hope to see intensity. But make no mistake, if we, play shit for 70, 75 minutes, 80 minutes, 90 minutes, but we nick a win, I'm not going to care. I'm not, because it is one of those days where people are expecting a response, but the most important thing, we're in March, right? We're in squeaky bum time of the season. We're at home. We're against a top 5, top 4 rival, Champions League rival in Aston Villa. These are games you have to be winning. And these are games that you expected to win, but these are the kind of games that do really, really count, towards the Champions League race and what you want to achieve next season. And for all of the chatter, I remember around this time last season, or after we lost the Europa League final, and the sort of way it was spun at the time, wasn't it? It's a good thing for Manchester United not to be in Europe next season, 1 game a week, just focus on the Premier League and get back into the Champions League. Okay. Right. Well, that's what this week is, again, should be all about, right? That's what it should be all about. This week, Aston Villa, they had to play in Europa. We've just been focused all the way through. We've been focused, about just, all right, Champions League, game against Villa. All right, make it count then today. Make it count today. And as Starlord says right there, win first, look good second. Absolutely. So just please get a result. And ideally, yes, be comfortable and look good doing it. But, this is Man United. You never know. You never know. It's going to be... It's not going to be straightforward. It's not. My prediction in the end, I went with... What did I go with? 2-1 or 3-2? I think I went 2-1/3-2. I think there will be a lot of transitions in the game. I think there will be goals in the game. Villa can be very open defensively, but they're very dangerous as well. Unai Emery's a good coach. Don't think he's the guy for Man United, despite what KG, the comedian, would say, and others, and Jamie Carragher as well. But it's going to be tight. It's going to be very, very tight. It's going to be very, very difficult. And, just like at the end of last season, right, when we won that game, where Villa were awful that day. We actually played all right. Villa were terrible. But we got a bit of luck from, referee decision, disallowed goal, and Bayern not picking up the ball for whatever reason. And their goal probably should have stood. But You know, we got a bit of luck that day and we won it. If the exact same thing happened today, would be quite bizarre. The exact same instant, but if that's what happens, and we're talking after the game, well, if the referee hadn't made that dodgy call, we wouldn't have won. I don't care. Don't care. I really, really don't. We can discuss that afterwards, and if we want to have the discussion afterwards about again, it's not sustainable, Carrick, and you should be the manager next season. Cool, but just win. Absolutely win. Z says, Owen, Villa record versus us at Old Trafford is awful. We should win. I don't care about records. Because do you know what it is? Yeah, records are kind of bullshit, aren't they? You know, I mean, sometimes they do count, I suppose. But we've seen it this season. We hadn't won at Arsenal in ages. We won. We hadn't won at Anfield in ages. We won. You know, granted, you could say going into the game against Newcastle, our record's always terrible there, so we're always going to lose. All right, fair. But if there was ever a season where records really don't matter, it's probably this season, isn't it? The Premier League right now is so unpredictable, so chaotic. And I go through weeks of trying to figure out whether the standard's actually good or it's actually really shit. I have no idea. You know what I mean? I have no idea. So yeah, like Tevin Im says, do you care about the the Old Trafford halftime record? Yeah, because I care about winning. So yeah, because that record is hinges on us winning the match, you know. So yes, I care about that record because I care about Man United winning. As far as the record about, oh, we'll win today, Villa don't, you know, come to Old Trafford and do very well, it's nonsensical, really, isn't it? I mean, sometimes it can count for something. Sometimes they're just, you know, statistics, aren't they? They don't really have, you know, huge bearing on the game. Once the game kicks off, who's the better team? And even that sometimes doesn't even matter. You know what I mean? So, yes, exactly. Kristen puts it right there. Newcastle recorded their second win at Stamford Bridge in the Premier League era. The whole, this team doesn't travel to this place very well is kind of rubbish. What about the halftime record? Of course I would care about that. It's Man United winning, you know, it's a bit different. My long-winded point, I suppose, there is that, you know, I've actually criticized the players for being, what I've perceived anyway, this is just me, as quite arrogant in recent weeks. I think that's kind of tied to some of the slow starts and performances that we've seen. I think there is this element of sort of, and there's different kinds of arrogance, isn't there? There's the good kind of arrogance. You know your ability, you believe in your ability, and you're like, people can't touch me. I'm good, and I'll back it up. But there's this other kind of arrogance that I feel has slipped into the Man United squad in the last few games, whereby, you know, I get at home against sometimes mid-table teams, or even away against mid-table teams. We sort of have this, again, arrogance of, yeah, we're playing all right. We ain't lost in ages. Yeah, we'll roll them over. It'll be fine. We'll roll them over. We'll pass the ball sideways a bit. Chances will open up. We'll be fine. And no, don't work like that. You know, doesn't work like that. You have to earn it every game. You know, every game you got to earn it. The opportunities won't just open up for you. You know, these teams, it's not like it was back in the day, 20 years ago at Old Trafford, where you're in the tunnel and you look at them and go, they've lost. Why? Because they're coming to Old Trafford. Look at them. They've lost. We're not that. You know what I mean? We're not that. You've got to earn it, particularly in games like today. Villa aren't just going to, you know, fold and just lay down for us. You've got to beat them into submission. And that's what Man United need to do. You have to show that level of intensity, show that level of determination. And like I said, realize that you're at home and, you know, you're third in the league and you deserve to be there. Prove it, you know, keep proving it every single week. So, yeah, that's what Man United need to do today. Get rid of that kind of arrogance of just, you know, it's just, we're at Old Trafford. It's fine. You know, it's fine. We're at home. It's Old Trafford. It's fine. We'll win today. Well, you know, got to earn it. It's all good us saying that. I think that's fine for fans to say, but the players, you know, when they've got that kind of, yeah, no problem. Well, you got to earn it. Got to earn it. Absolutely. Z says, we literally outplayed them at Villa Park with the bum Amorim, Owen. I'm sorry, nothing but 3 points is acceptable today. Well, that's exactly what I was saying, wasn't it? It's exactly what I was saying, that, you know, losing was acceptable. In my whole 25-minute rant there, I've said that we can lose, no problem. I don't care. I'm not even a real Man United fan, right? Yeah. No, of course we want to win today. And of course, but the game we played at Villa Park, it doesn't mean anything. It means F all, right? Anything Man United have done prior to today, this season, doesn't mean anything, right? Season can still be turned into a very, very, very good season, or can be turned into a catastrophe, right? You still got to do the work. With that long winning run that we had and all that stuff counts for nothing now. It's about today. It's about today, and it's about the results. The 8 games left, right? 8 games left. That's what it needs to be, right? Yes. Where are we at in terms of the chat here? Where are we at in terms of likes actually as well? We're over 100 likes. If you haven't already, click the like button. Be sure to subscribe. Z said, who said losing was acceptable? What the heck are you going with this, mate? I'm very puzzled by you at the moment, Z, because I'm not sure what the point is. Nothing but 3 points is acceptable today. Who said losing was acceptable? Isn't that nothing but 3 points is acceptable today? Well, that would imply that everything else isn't acceptable, Z. I mean, I'm not sure where you're going with this. Put the back down and the drinking. It's early. Numanus says, 11 every time Lommans makes a save. Well, I would then hope that he doesn't make any saves. You know what I mean? JB says, Owen have 11. All right, for fuck's sake. There we go. Oh, God. The bag split. The bag split. Get out. Put them in front of me. Shit. The bag's just split everywhere. Look. Look. God. The bag's just split everywhere. A minute. All right, we'll play the song. Enough of that. Oh, nose is running. Man, I need tissue. Oh. How many have I got to do left of those? 32. Fuck. God. That is not good. That is not good. Luckily, I don't have to go to the dentist anymore. I have 5 different appointments, but I'm now done. So I can, and they didn't mention anything. I was worried about that when I went to the dentist the last time. I thought, oh, they're going to mention like, what's wrong with your mouth? Like, what have you been doing? And they didn't say anything. There was no, damage done or anything like that. So we're good. The pace that I've got at the moment is a healthy pace. So for those that have been concerned or worried, going, oh no, what's going on? Be careful. I've been doing it the safe way of eating like 32 sour sweets, which on the back comes with a warning. And also, like the fact that this like bag is split. I don't know if it's just a case of like the bag's like really poor, or just the sourness has caused the bag to basically disintegrate, which I'm not sure if that's a good indication for what's it's doing to my insides. But it's all for the content. It's fine. It's all for the content. No problem at all. Team news is coming out in 15 minutes time. So whilst I recover and have my I get hiccups already from it. Oh God. Let's get some reaction from Flex. He's on his way to Old Trafford. Of course, he'll be there today, as will KG that comedian. He's going there with his family. So I think we're going to get a KG That Comedian appearance after the game as well. But Flex is on his way to Old Trafford today. Here's what he had to say on his road trip.
Finally, we got a game, bro. Finally, we can watch Man United play football against Aston Villa today, Old Trafford, 2 p.m. kickoff, UK time. And we've said this before, people. This is another chance, another opportunity. Just like we said it would be in this race for top 4/top 5/Champions League football. It's the chance to tighten the grip. Yeah? That's what we've got an opportunity to do. Chelsea, for all their chat, bagger chat, they lost against Newcastle United. Okay? That's a really good position for us to be in. We can go 6 points clear of Chelsea again and restore that 6-point advantage. Obviously, clearly, we're playing Villa. They're the ones we want to get rid of as well. Do you know what I mean? Let's be honest, they're the ones the rest of the guys in the top 4 race want to get rid of, but they're being stubborn, Villa. Yes, they're on a bad run of form, but they had an exceptional run of form that got them into this position whereby they've been in crap form now, but they're still hanging around. This is our chance to start knocking them off. This is our chance to start separating ourselves, putting some daylight between us and our top 4, top 5 rivals. And above that as well, it's a chance for us to respond, guys. We have to respond. You know, everybody felt quite down after the Newcastle game. And when you had, 11, 12 days, whatever it's been since we last played, when you have that long to contemplate, that long to talk about it, that long to sit and ponder about how we lost that game and Malacia and bringing on him instead of Heaven, and why did Casemiro come off so early, and where was Ahmad, and it was too late, and Xerxes. It was too long to talk about. The inquest is too long, and all of it is valid in different parts as to why. But ultimately, we just lost the game, innit? It happens. We can't win them all. But how the hell do you bounce back? And this is not going to be an easy game today. Listen, it's never an easy game against Villa. I don't care what form they're in. The same way how I said it against Newcastle United. I said that, you know, I respect the game that it was, that we don't win it very often. I respect it's St. James's Park under the lights. It's the same way, although we do have a good reputation. We do have a good record against Villa. I'm going to respect the opposition. I am, and respect that actually we're still not where we want to be. We don't have any automatic wins. But my God, we got to show something today. Do you know what I mean? You're not going to win every game. I don't expect us to win every game. But we're at home. The crowd will be up. We've had a long time to work on this. Michael Carrick's had a long time to work on how he wants to approach this game, how he's going to get the boys to bounce back. The players, more importantly, have had time to sit on it and think, right, we need to do better. Because I will say this, I know it's not, I've said it many times, it's all about results. It is all about results over performance right now. If we scrape this 1-0 with a Bruno contentious penalty that we're fortunate to get, and, you know, Lamon's made loads of saves, but we won 1-0. Listen, we take it all the way to the bank. It's about putting the points on the board. However, people are right to point out that we're not playing the best, you know? And that's not through like, Michael Carrick's tactics run out, you shouldn't get a job. I mean, like, player-wise, like the intensity of what we've been doing, you know, how we've been approaching the games, the time off that we've been having hasn't really helped us. I don't think it has. Like the only way it can help us is through default that the other teams might be a bit tired, but it hasn't made our performances any better. Let's be honest. And I can be honest with that. It hasn't made us, you know, more intense. It hasn't made us have more quality. It hasn't made us start like a house on fire in the first half an hour where teams are struggling to keep up with us. And that is something that I'm frustrated about. That is something that I would like to be fixed, because I don't see that as being difficult. I just see that as a mental thing. Run harder, move the ball quicker, you know, put teams under more sustained pressure. So, look, man, but then there's the argument of, look, the teams that are playing every 3 or 4 days, they're hot, they're in the groove. Are we essentially having too much time off? Listen, all of that is what it is, but go and make a statement today. What does Michael Carrick do? You look at Villa. Listen, they play a high line. We know this. We know they play a high line at all times. Unai Emery won't change from that. There's always space in behind Villa. There's always space on the transition. So I do feel like potentially having Brian Mbeumo in there today is going to be essential, even though he hasn't been playing well. Ahmad probably deserves to start. The fact that he sat after poor results, poor performances, just like a few have, and has had his time on the bench in the last game, and they didn't really do anything with it. But it's about needs must, innit? I mean, listen, Sesko, I always want Sesko to keep starting because he's our striker, and I just want him to keep being in the goals. And look, if he does start, no problem. Absolutely no problem at all. But I don't know if I'm overthinking it. Let me guys know what you lot are saying. I don't know if I'm overthinking it, but I just feel like in today's game, it could be a game for Brian Mbeumo. I think there could be pace down the sides, pace through the middle that can be exploited, gaps and space that could be exploited there. And you want your more direct players on the pitch, and you want your game changers to be able to come on and do just that. So maybe by that, Michael Carrick might look to go back to basics. He might look to go back to what got us through against City. You know what I mean? At home, crowd up, transitional game. Maybe he'll look to what got us through against Arsenal, which was very, very similar in terms of the game was going to be transitional. There was going to be moments for us to exploit on counter-attacks. Now, we can put it on Villa as well. Like, we've got every reason to be confident and say, listen, go and stamp a marker down, man. Do you know what I mean? Listen, Liverpool are going to beat Spurs. We know that. Absolutely. But, we maintain our 3-point gap with them. We get 6 points clear of Chelsea, and then we get a 3-point gap over Villa as well. It's exactly what we want to see. It's exactly where we need to be pushing towards. And listen, everyone's billing this game as the must-win game of like it's a final. And in the Flexing, no, not Flex KG, so in the Trinity show we did the other day, I just wanted to bring it to the table of like, it's crazy that we're doing that. And I mean it from both sides, because personally, I do agree every single game, like the next one we play is the biggest one. But this one does feel bigger, because if you get back-to-back losses and the game was at home, and then you go 3 points behind Villa. Chelsea lost, so if we did lose, it's still not it doesn't mean you're out of anything. Liverpool are going to beat Spurs. So, they would go above us probably on goal difference. I haven't checked, but I'm pretty sure they've got better goal difference than us. So, we're dropped below 2 teams. We're dropped to 5th, essentially, if that happened. And Chelsea would drop out of the top 5. But the feeling of that wouldn't be good. Even though there's more games to rectify it. There's more games to play. And just like when we lost against Newcastle United and other teams won, Chelsea beat Villa and we lost to Newcastle United. And it's like, oh no, they're down to 3 points gap between us. Look, then the next game they go and lose. And then if we win, it's about 6 points. So what I'm saying is that there's going to be other opportunities to keep things changing. Like, the teams in this area of the table are inconsistent, man. 3rd to 6th, Liverpool, Chelsea, Villa, United. Like, we're inconsistent, man. That's what we are. We're inconsistent from 3rd to 6th. So look, let's just win the game. I do want to see a big performance. We always want to see a big performance. But like I say, the most important thing is win the game. And the players shouldn't play the game. And hear me when I say this. The players shouldn't play the game like it's a cup final and rush and do stupid things. Like, there's still 6 games left after this or whatever it is. Okay. But this will go a long way. This is exactly the type of antidote, the type of remedy we need on a Sunday afternoon. Trust me, to get a grip on things and calm everything down. The performances is another thing. Carrick, if we can get a performance out of it, then great. But the result is what we just absolutely have to get. Let me know how you guys feel about it. I'm going to be at the game. KG's going to be at the game as well. He's coming on with Eni. She's going to her first game, so make sure you guys check it out afterwards when we all catch up. Hopefully with the 3 points in the bag. Smash a like, people. Subscribe to the channel if you are new.
Yes, hopefully we get the 3 points in the bag. Big up to Flex. Safe travels, as always, up to Old Trafford. Where we at in terms of the likes at the moment? We've got over 600 people watching. We're at 161 likes to see if we can get it to 200. Team news is about to come out in 4 minutes' time. I think it should be 4 minutes' time. It's a 2 p.m. kickoff. So we shall know very, very shortly who indeed is going to be starting for Manchester United at Old Trafford today. Easy for me to say. I was just eating. That's why. And my mouth is still... You know what the problem is with the lemon sweets as well? It's the saliva. It's the saliva afterwards. engages your whole mouth just to produce saliva. So you spend the next 20 minutes just dribbling and slobbering everywhere. But some players have arrived at Old Trafford, namely Mason Mount, as we can see right there. Mason Mount, we know that he's back in the squad. He has arrived today. Probably going to be on the bench. Would be quite surprising if he starts, but you never know. In addition to that, Nusay Mazraoui has arrived. There was maybe some concern about him, whether he was going to make today's game or not, but he does. Like I said, the only real injuries are the ones that were already kind of there, as far as I'm aware. There is some suggestion here. Here we go. And I got to be careful with Sully's gifts, because last time Sully's gifts got copyright. But yes, Sully's just posted this saying, today we proved them wrong once again. This also comes with some rumblings and rumors that Ahmad is set to start for Manchester United today. Like I say, we will find out in 3 minutes, indeed, who is going to be starting for Manchester United. But the suggestion is, the rumblings, the rumors are that Ahmad is going to start. So let's play a game in the next 3 minutes. Who drops out for Ahmad? Is it Mbeumo? Is it Cunha? Is it Benjamin Šeško? It ain't going to be Bruno. So who's it going to be? Let me know in the chat. Ooh. This is an interesting one. What would Carrick... And look, Sully's in the chat. Sully's in the chat, and I bet Sully knows as well. So if Sully, give us a sign. Give us a sign. Just give us a flag. Just give us a flag about who drops out for Ahmad. Yeah, just give us a flag. Don't have to say explicitly their name. Just give us a flag. You know what I mean? Just give us a flag. Voldemort Descendant says it's most likely Cunha. There's something in my head just goes, maybe he did put Šeško back. Maybe he did. Maybe he just went, look, it's just, he's the option off the bench. We need strong attackers off the bench. Game will be different. I need that pace. But then also, you can go, look, Matheus Cunha came off the bench against City, got an assist, came off the bench against Arsenal, scored the winner. He can go bench. It's fine. It's not a problem. So then, but then you have to think of that means Ahmad's on the left. Carrick did say Ahmad can play on the left. Sully, Sully said he's gone with the flag. He's gone with the flag. He says, don't take my word for it. So he's saying, look, it could change, but Sully's going with the old Slovenian flag there, which could mean one Benjamin Šeško. We shall see. We shall see if indeed it is going to be that. There's something in me did just kind of go, it might be Šeško. Not that that's through any fault of his own. It's not like Šeško's been playing badly at all. You know, he's still been involved, but he was less involved in the last few games because we weren't doing anything. That's not his fault. Like we said last week, these are the kind of calls that you have to make, though, when you're the Manchester United manager. And if you win, people go, look, is what it is. Carrick got it right. If you lose, well, actually, that's not true, because if you win, but you have to bring Šeško on to score the winner, then people still go, see, you should have started. When others go, no, look, actually being on the bench was the right move. So actually, that's probably not true. That's probably not true. Right, we wait for them officially to be dropped. It is the time. It is the time. So we wait for the Manchester United Post. We don't have one from Manchester United just yet, but we do have it from the Journo. So let's put that on the screen until Man United actually put out their one. So the Journo, Stephen Ralston is going with Lomans, Dalot, Maguire, Yoro, Shaw, Casemiro, Cobby, Bruno, Ahmad, Šeško, Cunha. So is it Mbeumo that dropped out? So was it Mbeumo? It looks like maybe it's Mbeumo who dropped out. Sully did say, don't take my word for it. All right, here we go. 2 changes to Man United team from the defeat against Newcastle. Ahmad and Dalot in, with Šeško and Mazraoui dropping out. Mount on the bench. Where the fuck's the Man United post then? What the journos are saying it. I'm getting this one from Rob Dawson. because he's saying Shesko's dropped out. There's a bit of confusion here. Oh, doesn't exist. Look at that. Rob Dawson, he posted it, then it's changed. Oh, we're getting drama. We're getting drama here. We're getting quite a bit of drama. Rob Dawson, he's back. He's back. What's he going with here? There's confusion, folks. So here we go. Lomans, Dallo, Shaw, Yoro, Maguire, Casemiro, Cobby, Bruno, Cunha, Ahmad, and Mbumo. So he's saying Mbumo's in. What the fuck's going on? People are having stinkers here. What's happening? What's happening? What the fuck? Man United just put it on their socials yet? No, they haven't. The Man United's lineup's late. So I don't know what's going on there. They're 2 minutes over. They're 2 minutes over. A lot of the journos, everyone's putting out different lineups here. What's going on? No one knows what the team is. It would appear. Is this properly what it is? And Mbumo is in the team. Okay. United Plug says Lobens, Dallo, Yoro, Maguire, Shaw, Casemiro, Ahmad, Fernandez, Cunha, and Mbumo. So Mbumo is playing and Shesko is dropped. Is that what it is? No one knows. No one actually knows. Well, I could do the Aston Villa team. Do the Aston Villa team at the moment. They have posted it on social media. That is the Aston Villa team. All right, finally, Man United. Finally, what took you so long? Good grief, Man United. Now, 2 seconds ago, have finally the admin woke up. Right, that is the official Manchester United starting 11. So it is Lobens in goal. We have Dallo, Maguire, Yoro, and Luke Shaw. Midfield, we have Casemiro and Cobby. We've got, what is that? Cunha on the left. We've got Ahmad on the right and Mbumo through the middle. So Shesko has been dropped. So there you go. You were right. You were right. So why do people... You know what I mean? People, I saw a little bit of, doubts in the chat about you, Sully, going, oh, no, yeah, you were right in the end. You're right in the end. That is one of the most bizarre, lineup situations I've seen in a very long time. Just the Man United team didn't get released for a few minutes, so everyone just started guessing what the lineups were. That was really weird, wasn't it? Very, very weird. But like I said, I'm not shocked by this. I'm not shocked by this. I kind of half expected it that Shesko would get dropped. Again, it's no reflection on Benjamin Shesko in terms of he's terrible, and Carrick doesn't rate him, this, that, and the other. There's going to be all of these conversations again, isn't it? But I think he's just going back with, okay, what was working. When we at the beginning of the run, when we were playing, doing some of our best performances, what was working in those games? It was the more fluid front three of Cunha, Ahmad, and Mbumo. They can interchange in position. Obviously, transition. The transition one's a bit of a false flag, to be honest, because we saw Benjamin Shesko score the winner against Everton through a transition. He's very, very quick. That the idea that he's slow kind of is a bit of a misnomer, isn't it? But I think he's just going back with what was working in those few games. And like I said, I don't think it's a negative reaction to Shesko or anything like that. I think it's just a case of this was working for us. Let's stick with it. And like I keep saying, you have to have options off the bench. The game's going that way. I know I've had this conversation with a lot of people recently, and I say, you look at other sports, a lot of sports are going in the direction of, look, you don't play all your strongest players immediately. You don't. You have to save one or two of the big hitters for later on, for when the game changes, when the game opens up, for when someone gets hurt or something happens to the opposition, then you feel like, okay, we can really exploit that. We can really take advantage of that, etc., etc., etc. So I'm not opposed to leaving a big hitter on the bench. I'm trying to evolve a little bit, shall we say, and go with the notion that, it's not necessarily about starting the game. It is about finishing it, and it is about making sure that you can you sometimes got these extra options. Because how often have we said this recently? And this is the Manchester United starting 11 set to play at Old Trafford today against Aston Villa. It is Lomans in goal. It is a back four of Dalot, Yoro, Maguire, and Shaw. Casemiro and Kobe in the middle. Then you have Ahmad, you have Bruno Fernandes, Mateus Cunha, and Brian Mbeumo up front. Šeško is on the bench, along with names like Xerxes, Mason Mount back on the bench too. And then, like I say, not a lot of big hitters, not a lot of serious options to bring on. So I'm not surprised. It's unlucky, obviously, very, very unlucky for Šeško. But he can still have a massive impact on the game. I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to crash out. Xandar says, you are waffling right now. Why doesn't Mbeumo start from the bench? Because Carrick didn't put him on the bench. That's why. I mean, if you want to be quite literal about it. And again, any one of that front three could have been on the bench. Of course they could. Of course they could have been on the bench. Like I said, honestly, I don't care, as long as we win. I'm over, crash outs of like team selections and this, that, and the other. Brian Mbeumo hasn't been playing maybe up to the level that we would want of him the last couple of games, but also he's still a really good player. He's still a really good player, and also a very consistent player. And I'm not going to be like, Mbeumo, hold bench. Could he easily score in this game? Of course he could. Brian Mbeumo scored in some of the biggest games this season. You know what I mean? He's been, he scored against, City. He scored against Arsenal. It's not as if that front three or that front four has never delivered or anything like that. They've got to step up. So there's a whole team, to be honest. Mbeumo, he's got to step up. Ahmad, he's got to step up. Cunha's got to step up. Bruno's got to step up, even though his number's ridiculous this season. But last couple of games, he's also been, a bit at midfield. We know the deficiencies. We know the problems. Kobe, going to need you to step up. Casemiro, going to need big game mirror today. That back four. How together with sticky tape and glue, it feels like a lot of absences. Going to need them to do a big game, right? So, yeah, I mean, the whole team, in terms of a performance level, needs to step up. And I hope that they will, and fingers crossed they will. And like I said, if we're crashing out about, individual players, being on the bench or whatever, then what I would say is get ready for next season, by the way, because where we want to be next season, Champions League, latter stages of these cup competitions, players are your favorite players or the players that might be playing well, they'll be on the bench. You know what I mean? They will. Football's a squad game. And so often in the last few games, we have turned to our bench and gone, we've got nothing. We've got zero. Who are you going to bring on, change the game? Nobody. So like I said, I'm not opposed to, to having some big hitters on the bench. You do exactly, Asher. And like I said, the game might be open up for him, might be better, for him at that point, right? Red Baron with the super chat says, anyone here ever watch Art Attack? It's coming back, by the way. Oh, well, I don't know if Art Attack's coming back, but I know the guy, Neil, is it Buchanan? Is that how you say his last name? He's coming back to do another show. He's disappeared for ages. He was in a rock band. I saw an article about it the other day. It's funny you mentioned that. But yeah, it's coming out. Let me actually get the pop-out chat here so I don't get covered up every time I read a super chat. The whatchamacallit and the thingy. That would be good, wouldn't it? There you go. With the whatchamacallit and the thingy. There you go. So for instance, when Red Baron said, anyone here will ever watch Art Attack, it would pop up like that. Where else am I at when it comes to super chats here? Star-Lord's been on for 45 months, says 5-1 win today. Smash the like button, bloody hell. Red Baron also says, I'm already angry at the lineup. Yes, it's the time where we get angry at the lineup and say all this stuff. Yes. And then you predicted it, Red Baron. You were right. That means you can go on Twitter and tell everyone that you were right. That's how this works, right? Right? That's that's how it usually works. Xandar says, so Carrick thinks benching your most informed forward is wise. This guy keeps showing why he shouldn't be a full-time manager. Yeah, like I said, mate, for me, I'm not going to crash out about it. I go back to all the chatter after the last game and what have you, because maybe it is just like a standards thing, standards. I think a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? I think a lot of, I want to say delusion, because that's like, there's so much weight attached to that when people get really sort of upset when you say the word delusion. There's a lot of just like sort of, well, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm looking for a word. Someone let me know in the chat. I'm looking for a word where I think like people, like goals that aren't realistic, And basically, whatever word I'm looking for there, is it gets dressed up in the word standards. You know what I mean? It gets dressed up like that. That kind of just constant. Just sort of constant. Well, Carrick lost a game. He shouldn't be the Man United. He can never be a Man United manager. And you go, what? And then you go, but why? And they'll go, yeah, but standards. And you go, what? I don't really know what your point is there. I mean, granted, if we get to the end of the season and we go on a run of losing games and we don't qualify for the Champions League or we stumble over the line, fair enough. You know what I mean? You go, fair fucking play. But the whole thing of like, we lost our first match and then you go, you're being ridiculous here. And then you'll go, God, standards. And you go, what? Like, what? Maybe the right word is delusion. Asa, I'm not sure what the right option, the right word is, but you know what I mean. That kind of thing, and it's the same with like this. So Šeško is named on the bench. Well, that's why Carrick can't be the Man United manager next season. What? I go, what? So you think that's standards? I don't get that. I just don't. I don't. We lost for the first time since before Christmas. That's why he can't get the job. You go, what? They've got standards. You go, what? So you're happy with losing every game? What? But we have. I don't get it. I don't. As Dalton says, there, it's a great example. United history is full of players who come off the bench. This game's not for you. Remember Sir Alex? Sir Alex was the king of it. Sir Alex was the king of a player that played really, really well, was playing well, and he wouldn't name him in the starting 11. Or he'd go up to him like a week or so before and go, by the way, you're not playing next game, but you will play in 3 weeks' time. And they'd go, why? Why am I not playing that game? A really important game. It's not the game for you. And you go, all right. that's your decision. You know what I mean? So, okay, cool. Like, I get that. I don't get that. Football's a squad game. You need options off the bench. And Mbumo's not played amazing the last few games. With you on that. But Mbumo's also the same player that, was a critical part of that run of winning games because he was scoring near enough every single game, as was Šeško. So I'm not sure. Imagine Nessie. Like, Red Baron is so true. Like, look, Sir Alex would literally keep players on the side by telling them, next game's for you. It's not for you today. It's not for you. Or, You don't. It would be random games as well. You'd be playing like Wolves. I don't think you do well against Wolves, so I won't play. Imagine that. Oh my God, the reaction on social media today would be insane. It just, like, again, football. I know there is such a hyper focus on, like I said, starting the game and your best teams should start, and it's not saying at all that you shouldn't start your best players and you should start a weakened team, because always people take it to the extreme. It's not that at all. It's saying, but when you're planning out a match and when you're picking a team for the game, There is absolutely some thinking that should go into it, going, all right, when I get to 60, 65 minutes, if the game isn't going the right way, who do I bring on? Or what options have I got to come on? Who can actually change the game? Or when the game actually gets, much more stretched, much more open, who have I got to then bring on fresh that's going to score goals? Who am I going to bring on? What am I going to do? And that's a key integral part of it. And what's weird with that is when you make that decision and you bring the player on and they do what you brought them on to do, sometimes that can even get dressed up as, see, that's why they should have started. No, that's why they should have been on the bench and they came on. It worked. It literally worked in the game. That's why they should be that's why that role is actually working for them really well for this game. So, yeah, I think it's a lot of the usual stuff, a bit of meltdown. What else people say? Xander says we had Cole and York back then, or Rooney and Tevez, so Berbatov sometimes had to hold bench. That logic doesn't hold here. That logic holds exactly here, by the way. The logic holds exactly. Like you said, we had Cole and York then, or Rooney and Tevez, so you had to hold bench. What, so these 3 players that are starting are scrubs? It's a difficult call. That's why no one could guess who was going to be dropped, because it was difficult, because they're good players. And also, for those reasons you mentioned there, Cole and York or Rooney and Tevez, so Berbatov had to hold bench. We don't have them. So another reason why they have to be on the bench, because you need someone from the bench, not nobody. It's someone mentioned it earlier on. I think it was Skiliano in the chat, and it's so true. Mentioned it saying it's recency bias. It's for some reason now Mbumo shit. Like, it's for some reason now Mbumo, it's like he's not done anything all season. I don't really, I don't really get that. Like I said, this is a guy that, go back to the start of that, was scoring those goals and will be making runs in behind. The same Mbumo, by the way, which we really like. We don't need to go in on the players. They need to go in on the coach every single time. There might be time for that, but not now, not before the match, because the problem is we'll start looking for it. You know what I mean? We'll start looking for it. If Mbumo now has a bad touch, see, shouldn't have started. Šeško's got to be starting. It's all right. These guys step up. They've all got to step up. And like I said, for me, I'm of the mindset that, this debate goes, the answers are both equally accurate, fair. But for me, if Šeško does come on and score the winner today, then will praise Michael Carrick for doing that. I won't criticize him for doing that, because that isn't, I think, like that's why Šeško should have started. I think that's if you deliberately hold someone back for later on in the game when it's more stretched, they come on and they score, that's a sign of good coaching for me. It's not a sign of bad coaching. Could that have happened in the first minute, or were the chances a bit better happening in the 65th or the 70th? We saw exactly what will happen if you start anyone. It's not even just Šeško, but anyone up front. If that 3 in behind, whoever's playing up front, Amad, Bruno, Cunha, if they ain't at it, then that striker won't touch the ball. We saw it. Šeško had the fewest touches out of anyone because they won't play to him. It'll be the same with Mbumo today. If Amad, Bruno, Cunha, Casemiro, Kobe, if they're not at it, he won't get touches. So like I said, for me, it's not even like a Šeško or an Mbumo thing. It's those players in behind them, are they going to be Are they up for it today? And I guess the thing maybe Carrick is thinking is that with Mbumo, which you're not going to have as much with Šeško, if he's feeling a bit isolated, he can go to Cunha, go, look, swap with me for 5 minutes. Cunha, you go through the middle. Amad, swap for me with 5 minutes. Go through the middle. Bruno, you push up a little bit. I'll drop a little bit deeper. Maybe with Šeško, can't do that as much or as fluidly as you can with these other players. And then once, like I said, when the game gets stretched, that's when you can, bring a Šeško on, score the winner, and then we can all debate about whether he should have started or possibly been on the bench. Like I said, for me, I don't care. Win. Where am I at with the supers? I've got to make sure to click the right one here. Right, I read that one. Amanor says, will there be a full-time view today? Yes, I will talk to a couple of you guys after the game. is a big one. So I'll talk to a couple of the members. Big Leo says, people crashing out already. Come on, lads. Glory, glory, Man United. Time to get Owen that bout. Time to get Owen that bout. Hey, it's not about the bout. It's about the win. Yeah. And then we can, the bout's the cherry on top. That's what it should be. Dan A says, might sound silly. Maybe Šeško has been benched because the one game he started, we lost. Might sound simple management, but if it works, it works. I don't even think it's that, Dan. Like I said, I don't think it's any reflection on Šeško at all. I don't think it's like, oh, last match Šeško barely was involved, so that's why he's been dropped. No, I don't think it's that. I think it's a case of Carrick trying to shake it up a little bit, which is right too. Imagine he picked the same starting 11. Imagine he picked the same starting 11. We'd be going, oh, I don't know about that. Oh, I'm not sure. I don't know about that starting 11. And I think it is just. I don't even think it's that complicated. I think it's him just going, this worked before. It was a bit more fluid. Let's just go back to what was working, which is Šeško off the bench, that front three, game will open up, game will get a bit more stretched, then we put Šeško on. I don't even think it's that deep, I think we'll turn into agendas now with, it's a bit like the Amrim thing again, isn't it? About, doesn't rate. We're gonna have a lot of these chats again. What does the word rate mean? What does the word like mean? And Carrick's got his favourites. That's going to be the thing, isn't it? And like I said, if we win, I don't care. Like, I really don't care. I am a bit eye rolling at just the debates in general, because I do go back to just like how bad it was, and not because like, oh, it was so bad, it's a bit better now, so we can't complain anymore. I'm definitely not that, but I'm a bit like that Red Baron. Like, it's just kind of a bit white noise, and I kind of just roll my eyes at it a bit, because I just go, it must be, if it's tiring to see and like read every single week that the meltdown, it must be tiring to really actively participate in, mustn't it? It must. I just can't bring myself to get that pissed off about something like clockwork every match day. You know what I mean? I can't. I just don't have it in me just to be like, right, what's the time? My team loses out. Fucking hell. Oh, fuck. Especially when we know the 90s, the actual game's got to come first. And that could cause real crash out and meltdown, couldn't it? So, yeah, I look at a team picked by a coach that's lost one game in the 3 months that he's been here. That was the last game, and it's now time to bounce back. Nothing. We had the debate, didn't we? After that, or the debate again, we had the discussion after the last game of, did the Newcastle result change anything for you in terms of should Carrick get or not get the job and what have you? And a lot of it, I think for some, maybe some people weren't being completely honest, because I think for some people it did. Results hurt, negative ones especially, and the manner of it with the 10 men. But for a lot of people, I think it was very much, no, nothing really changed that much. We're still in the same position. We're still okay. And if nothing's really changed, then, then you look at this team and you go, well, maybe I'd have done this, maybe I would have done that. But nothing's really changed in the sense of I'll still back the team. I still look at Michael Carrick and go, look, if you're going to, the sample size is still relatively small, but if I've got to assess you based on what you have done and you haven't done, I look at it and go, you've had one real major slip up, a bit of a stumble against West Ham, but the rest of that's been really good in terms of results. So, yeah, maybe I wouldn't have gone with Šeško on the bench today. Maybe I would, but I'm certainly not going to crash out over it. And actually, if I'm being really honest, right, and this will probably get twisted and spun into something else, would I pick the same team today? The Carrick? Would I have started Šeško? I can see the logic in it. I'd have probably started Šeško maybe. But I genuinely can see the logic behind it. I don't think it's a thing of like, so Z says there, you can back the team but criticize when you see dumb things. I don't see that as a dumb thing. That's my pushback of it. So I don't really see Dumb. You know what I mean? That was dumb. As he also says, who's been on the better form, Šeško or Mbumo? I think it's unfair not to start the one who's in form. But then again, does that when you go back to the recency bias then? So Šeško's certainly been in red hot form, but we act like Mbumo, Mbumo. What he did in that run, Mbumo's done nothing. Because that's not true. And again, it's all goes like Red Baron said earlier on. It all goes away. If we win the game, when Mbumo scores 10 minutes in, I mean, there's going to have to be a lot of people eating a lot of humble pie, and I don't know why they do it to themselves every week. I really don't. You know what I mean? Because it's almost like asking to be proved wrong, isn't it? You know what I mean? You fucking shit, rubbish. No, score. And then it's like, wow, he's always been good, hasn't he? You go, okay, cool. Let's bring DJ in. I'll make sure I've got the right thing actually here, because that would be good. I'm rusty. I haven't done this in ages. There you go. DJ, you're in. We don't have many matches, so I get pretty rusty. How you doing, my friend? How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm just happy for there to be a game. I'm happy for there to be a game, Owen. Honestly, man. It's I've been kind of just walking around the house, going to work, just thinking, oh man, there's no football for us, but glad to be back. And look, it's a big game, big game. Just looking at the starting 11 there, I'm seeing, there is some contention about Šeško not starting. Guys, I'll just say this, my little 2 cents is not that deep. It really isn't that deep. Look, we have to have players that can come off the bench and do something, and he is one of them. And he's proven time and time again that he has the ability to come off the bench and make something happen. So I wouldn't worry too much. We have attacking players for a reason. I guess when we do this midfield revamp, somebody's going to have to be on the bench. There's going to be players on the bench. It's a squad game at the end of the day, but not that deep. Not that deep for me. I'm in good spirits today.
Yeah, this is what I don't get. Like Z, you say here, where was Mbumo versus West Ham? Šeško saved us. Where was Mbumo versus Palace? Šeško saved us. Where was Mbumo versus Everton? Šeško saved us. Honestly, all right then. Where was Šeško versus Arsenal? Where was Šeško versus Man City? Like you can pick games. What we're doing here? Like I'm with you. I mean, but and again, I don't know why it's focused on Mbumo. Where was Ahmad versus them? Where was Cunha? During those games as well, right? We can pick all of them. You need like, and as C says that Mbumo got a sit. I don't. When did Mbumo? When did we turn on Brian Mbumo? When did Brian Mbumo turn into like he's shit now? He's our top goal scorer this season, isn't he?
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing?
He's a proper finisher too, man. Yeah. I really love his finish. He's such a good finisher.
Some of those games, the Everton one, unless I'm mistaken, wasn't it crossfield pass and Mbumo finds Šeško?
Yeah.
What are we doing? Like, why are we? I don't get it. But DJ, when it comes to the Champions League race in question, obviously can't secure it today, but with Chelsea losing yesterday, means we can go 6 points ahead of them, 3 points ahead of Villa, who of course we're playing today. Whilst we can't secure it, is that like 1 foot in the competition next season?
Dare I say it is, but until we've kicked off today, there is a lot to do. This game for me is and like all of the games, to be fair, I feel that we've said this week in, week out. Every game is important. This is the true test for Carrick. His tests have been literally moving from game to game. And I think as Manchester United, interim manager, caretaker manager, whatever you want to call him, every game is a must win, especially when we know what's at stake and we know what we're playing for. With that being said, I would say, yeah, it might be a toe in. I wouldn't say the complete foot. I'd say it's a toe in. But again, football is so very unpredictable. You're not going to get given this game for free today. Villa are going to probably make us work hard for it. So at the end of the game, we'll have our full assessment of where we're at. But today's a very important game against a tricky team, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what does kind of concern me a little bit is obviously I know Villa, they have dropped off recently. They've been like a kind of a runs team, haven't they? Because you look at it earlier this season, flying, had a bit of a poor start to the season, actually. Then flying, most informed team in the league. Now recently dropped off. And I do kind of worry about this whole, they're not playing great. We'll get past them. It's going to be a good team. This is a good team, Strong team. I think it's going to be quite end to end, actually. Both teams, playing on transition. Do you worry a bit about the midfield? I mean, it feels like we say that every game, but given that it is a game where it is a lot of, transition end to end stuff, do you worry about the Casemiro and Kobe looking exposed, when it comes to a lot of midfield running today?
Look, they will be, whether it's today, next week, the week after that, or the week after that. They're going to be stylistically. They're two good players, but however, their weaknesses are in terms of the mobility and covering ground, and especially running back towards goal. It's never a pretty sight when you see Kobe Mainoo or Casemiro running back towards goal. It's never a pretty sight. And everybody, Stevie Wonder can see that the midfield needs changing and there needs to be some additions to the midfield. So what you're saying, Owen, it ain't a secret. We've known this for a long, long, long time. I just think the best way they can cope with that is don't like stay on the ball too much. 1-2 touches, get it out of your feet, get it through the lines to Bruno Cunha and the attacking players. And I think that way we can keep a little bit of control of the game. I think when it does start going end to end like a basketball game, I'm going to be honest, we're going to see some of you guys in the community messaging, Casemiro's lost his pace. Mainoo, you probably jump on Kobe's back. That is his Achilles heel. That is the weakness. It's a known weakness of our team. However, let's hope the coaching staff, Carrick, they can actually do something to kind of, paper over that a little bit. We're trying to get, obviously, into these Champions League positions. We're trying to do as much as we can to get to the Champions League positions and get to the end of the season where we can address the actual problem. But for now, it is what it is. There's probably going to be a couple of instances where our team's going to be running back. And that's when you're going to have to ride your luck. And that's where the defense is going to have to step in. But it's not the end of the world. We know that. Do you know what I mean, Owen? We know this. This is it's probably not United's number one issue right now is the midfield. For as good as we think Kobe is, for as good as Casemiro has been, there's still issues there. And we will know that. So look, if we get run back towards goal a bit ragged, it is what it is. We just have to accept that because that's what's probably going to happen at some point.
Yeah, well, this is when I go back to it in recent weeks as well, that it goes back to, still can't think of what the word is, but this sort of weird, unrealistic standard sometimes we have for who we are and what we are at the moment. Mm-hmm. We will, there will be moments in this match where we're up against it. We don't have that 90-minute just pure domination. The opposition's always on the back foot. Not only do we not have that, just most teams don't. You're going to ride your moments. You're going to have to hope that Lomans is going to have to make a couple of key saves today. You're going to hope that your defense is at it. And like you said, DJ, that midfield can work as best as they can, but they are going to have their moments where the gaps are going to be there and they're going to get overwhelmed. And looking at Bruno, saying, Bruno, you're going to have to drop back in and support and all that stuff. So there are going to be those tough moments. It's a game between two top sides, just isn't constant domination. But what I think a lot of people are looking for today is that kind of faster start. That's the concern over the last few games, isn't it? It's that opening 35, 40 minutes where we're just not at it, not at the races, slow, can't pass the ball. And against Villa, look, they've got players that will take advantage of that, right? People like Morgan Rogers did it to us at Villa Park. And, they've got, I think John McGinn's back for them today. Got big physical people in midfield as well. So are you looking for that more sort of intense start from us there, that level of intensity being back?
Yeah, I think we need to lay a marker down. I think, the last game, we was on the red carpet and we was talking about it. Like, this is a big test for Carrick. Coming off a defeat, we really need to, put a marker down today. We need to pull it on them from early. Intensity, yes. John McGinn is a player that I've got tremendous respect for because he always seems to have a good game against us. He always seems to have a good game against us. He's non-stop running. He's got that low center of gravity. He keeps the ball well. He rarely gives it away. He's a hard worker. He's an engine. But what I can see from this team is with the inclusion of Ahmad, actually, you can see that Bruno and Ahmad will probably drop deeper into the midfield at times just to plug those gaps to help out because Ahmad defensively is really good. Bruno defensively is really good. So they're going to have to chip in and help. I think Cunha will be one of the outlets and Bumo an outlet as well. Tactically, we've got to get it spot on today. Villa can hurt us. They have some really good players. But I think there's enough here that we can win this game. I think we have to just manage it minute by minute. And you guys will probably have heard me say that time and time again. I think with Manchester United, because we've been so up and down in the last few years, you have to manage games minute by minute by minute. with what you're presented with and then respond as best as you can. So McGinn for me is McGinn is going to be a problem if he starts. He's going to be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, let's just have a look at the team at the moment, the formations as they go back against each other.
He's in
as
there.
people can,
Here he is.
Yeah, McGinn's in there as well. You can see Man United's team, Lomond's in goal, back four, Shaw, Maguire, Yoro, and Dallo. Cobby and Cass in the middle. Then you've got Cunha, Bruno, Ahmad, and Brian Mbumo. The Villa formation they've got is matching ours, which is the 4-2-3-1. They've got Emi Martinez in goal. Of course, he got sent off last year at Old Trafford, and people thought he was going to be playing for Manchester United, but didn't end up happening. Back four of Bogard, Konza, Mings, and Luca Digne, which, look, it's not the strongest back four. You can get at them. We know you can get at that back four, which is why I said there's goals in this game today. It's not the strongest Villa side. They do have a midfield of Ross Barkley's a bit of a surprise inclusion, to be honest with you.
Still playing football.
Yeah, Onana, good play. Onana's good player in the middle, very physical.
Yep.
But to be fair, you look at that midfield too, and you go, yeah, go Cass and Cobby. Get out of that midfield. You can get at them. Like I said, McGinn will probably tuck in a little bit in there as well. You've got McGinn, you've got Morgan Rogers, you've got Buendia, who will also drift quite centrally as well, and then Ollie Watkins up front. But when you see the two teams on paper like that, DJ, do you think we just edge it a bit?
Yeah, I think we just edge it. But it's not to say that their players are good players. I think Ollie Watkins, it'll be interesting to see who he drifts towards. I reckon he's going to more lean on Yoro's side. Yoro can match him for pace, but Ollie Watkins has got kind of, he's a seasoned striker there. So this might be a big test for Yoro. Depends what side if he drifts onto Maguire, I'm not too worried because I think Maguire will just use his strength for a lot of the time. But if it's a leg race against Yoro, I think Yoro can keep up with him. But as I said, Watkins, in terms of his off the ball movement, he's really good. And Morgan Rogers is their danger man. He is their danger man. He's their talisman at the moment. So it's about locking him down. You do not want him edging the box. And as we've seen, we've conceded a lot of goals from that Dallo side, drifting in, cutting in, a lot of goals, and that's his specialty in it. That's one of his party tricks. So I think we edge it. I think we've got a lot more quality. I think, with the inclusion of Sesko coming off the bench, which we will see Sesko today, I think we can just edge it in terms of quality. However, we just have to manage the game minute by minute. We can't give them any encouragement, Owen. We literally can't give them any encouragement because they can be quite difficult.
Yeah, they definitely can. Jason with a super chat says, off topic, but I've seen some of these journalists compare downward to Messi, Rooney and Kaka in the last 24 hours after a good 30 minutes against Everton. It's just the English press, isn't it? English press. I mean, look, it certainly deserves all the headline as you break the record, youngest ever goal scorer in Premier League history. Yeah. You're going to get a lot of attention that comes with it. Big shoes to follow because some of those names that have broke those records in the past have gone on to be very successful. And, just from, not necessarily from an op fan point of view, because you don't want to see, opposition get better and what have you, but an English player, any. So if he can go on to be a superstar, take England to a World Cup one day, hey, who knows? But a lot of pressure on his shoulders, certainly. Jason also says, in my opinion, we are just a better team with Ahmad in it. And Red Baron also says, the Newcastle game felt like we had grass before. With that one from Jason that says we're a better team with Ahmad in it. What do you think about that, DJ? Of course, because it's funny how it works. Because I remember, going in those games and performances weren't great, but results we were getting over the line. There was this, Ahmad, he's been quite quiet. Ahmad wasn't really the one chipping in with the goals. It was Cunha, it was Mbumo, it was Šeško, it was Bruno, and it was, Ahmad, he needs to kind of go to the bench, drop to the bench. Performances were still the same. We still were kind of, nothing really changed all that much. When he did come on, he looked quite lively. Do you agree with that super chat? Are we a better team with Ahmad in it? Now that he sort of went to the bench, should he be starting? What do you make of that?
I think we aesthetically look better when he plays. I think obviously not because I'm a data merchant, but his data hasn't really lived up to his actual physical skill set. He's not really a goal scorer. Assists very rarely, but in terms of the game as it progresses, he's a very decent player. He keeps holding the ball. He's quite tidy with the ball. I just want him to, I think as part of his evolution, we need to see him kick on now. And I think it's not an unreasonable request for a player like him to kick on to the next level now and maybe get more assists, get more goals. because he's not a young player anymore. I think he's 23, 24, maybe turning 24 this year, I'm guessing.
Have a look.
Yeah, I don't. He's not young. He's young, but he's not
24 in July.
24 in July, right? So he's at that precipice now where he needs to kick on in his career and start contributing more to the team. I think what's been good is that we've kind of got an embarrassment of riches up front. You've still got Bruno there, you've got Sesko there, so it's kind of taken the shine off of him a little bit. But I still want him to try and come to the party and do something. I like the player. I think he's a fantastic player. We just need to see a little bit more of him. He needs to be a bit more cold, a bit more ruthless now. To start affecting games, because he's talented. We all know that, and I think we had a conversation about him on a red carpet. Fantastic player. I think he's a great player. I think he can kick on, but we need to start seeing something more. It's not crisis. It's not like crisis time. I'm not saying Ahmad needs to be dropped or whatever. If he did have a couple of bad games, but so did Mbeumo. So players are going to get cold at some points. You got to bring them out and then bring them back in when it's the right time. So for me, I think we do look a bit better with Ahmad in it. I'd say we look a bit more threatening with him on the wing, apart from Mbeumo, in my opinion. I don't think Mbeumo is more of attack the space guy. Ahmad's I'm a dribble at you type of player. So I think we look more dangerous with Ahmad in the team. I agree.
I think with Ahmad that he hasn't obviously had the season that he necessarily had last season, but I think that's probably a good thing, because last season it felt like at points you stop Bruno and Ahmad, you stop United. Whereas this season, after you do have a summer where you bring in Mbeumo, Cunha and Šeško, it's only logical that his influence probably would go down a bit on the team, because you've brought in more senior attacking players to go and deliver numbers. So Ahmad's numbers would drop down a bit. I think just in terms of maybe output and level of performance is maybe taking people a bit off guard. They're like, I maybe expected a bit more from him. But I think him dropping down to the bench and then coming in kind of proves my point I was making earlier about the Šeško thing, which is I don't think it's like one specific player. He needs to come out and then suddenly we'll be back to being really fluid and like we were a few weeks ago. I don't think it's a player thing. I think it's a mentality thing. I think it's not like, Ahmad's out, Šeško starts and Mbeumo to the right, boom. All right, it's sorted. Or actually, if Mbeumo dropped out today and Ahmad started and Šeško through the middle, it would have been all sorted, because it's more for me about the collective team mentality. Where is that level of intensity? Where is that sharp first start? Where are all of those players linking up, passing the ball 5 yards and not giving it away all the time? Because that's how we look fluid. That's how we were as intense as we were against, say, Manchester City. We were closing them down, and the passing was much crisper and we were much more ruthless. And we saw it in the last game when Šeško started, and none of the players behind him are playing with that level of intensity or quality on the ball, so he doesn't touch the ball. So for me, it's not like an individual player thing. This player needs to drop out. That player needs to start. This. It's more the mentality of the team. I touched on it earlier. That I think there has been this level of arrogance with this Man United team of just, they had the good run and it just felt like, we're getting Champions League now. And maybe even some of us fans, even my head, no one will really say it out loud, but and I think in all of our heads, we've had this, I think we might play Champions League next season, and it's still like that. Well, you still got to get the results and you've still got to turn up and you've still got to put the work in to get there. It's not done yet. And hopefully maybe that Newcastle game, as disappointing as it was, maybe that was just a reminder that they needed of, you still have to put the work in. You still have to put the shift in. You still have to play, regardless. And it's not a thing of one player comes in, one player comes out, and it's just we're back to being fluid and what have you. No, you got to individually win your battles, win your duels. Don't fuck up all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Pass the ball where it's meant to go. Diogo Dallo, I'm looking at you. Remind people you're actually a pro. You actually had to make it to this level. You can pass a ball and take a throw in. Or, we'll be looking at Bruno again. Bruno, it's so wild with Bruno Fernandes, when you think about it, because in the last game, all right, he gives away the penalty. He's at fault for the second goal as well, and he gives the ball away, hospital pass to Cunha, and we're like, fucking Bruno, like, what are you doing, what you're doing? And then you do forget, like, game prior, he's turning the game on his head, involved with every goal, you know? And that is, I guess, the frustration with Bruno Fernandes is this season, his numbers are insane. They're insane. He might break the record for assists in the Premier League in one season. Like he's on fire. Yeah. But he can still do what he did in the last game, which is completely stick the joint up and cost you 2 goals. Because that is Bruno Fernandes in a nutshell, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I was saying a few weeks back. Like I was saying that he's for me, he's the best number 10 in world football, in my opinion. If people argue with yourself, but then he does things that really piss me off. He does things that really piss me off. But then on the other side, he's only human. He's a football player that's going to make mistakes. Like every other football player in world football is going to make mistakes. I've seen Ronaldo give the ball away. I've seen other players give the ball away. You know, top elite players, they've given the ball away. But because it's Bruno and he's such a polarizing figure, it looks worse when he does it. But he has habit of doing that. Every 9 or 10 games or so, he does something a bit crazy, and you're like, Bruno, what are you doing? What's going on, man? But at the same time, in the next breath, he could give away a goal at one end and then score you one and assist another at the other. So he's a maverick. That's what mavericks do. You know, so you got to kind of let them kind of be them.
I'm just praying, honestly, just please, Bruno, none of the foolishness, no foolishness today. Or even even if you do foolishness, just offset it with the positive stuff. The positive stuff must outweigh the foolishness, actually, because the foolishness, it will come. But someone did actually mention it. It was here. Paulie mentioned it. You do get to, when we're talking about intensity, you know, and we're saying start fast, intensity. I suppose when you do lose Leach and Martinez, who he's called the butcher, you know, he's got the aggression, but also in just where he passes out from defense, always trying to play forward and this, that, and the other. You do miss that. With Dorgu, we mentioned it as well with the width. One of his best strengths, if not his best strength, is athleticism. It's his pace, it's his running, it's his determination. Technically, it kind of feels a bit ridiculous to say now, considering some of the goals he scored, but technically maybe not that, but it's intensity, and it's also a wide player that's willing to run in behind, stick to the touchline, get balls in the box, whereas we know Cunha's not really going to do that as much, try and take on the player. So we do really miss them. You know, we really, really do. Arguably, we might even miss Dorgu more than we miss Martinez, which is kind of ridiculous to say. But having that wide player, and again, you go back to maybe this is why Ahmad's starting today. Just having that player on the pitch that is going to hold the touchline, or at least be closer to it as an out ball, is going to be really important for us, DJ.
Yeah, 100%, man. And I think for Dorgu, one of the things I like about him is that he's a left footer playing on the left side. He's not really inverted. It's left footer on the left side. He's going to attack the space. He's going to try and get to the byline and whip it in. He's going to try and get the ball in the box. And I think for people like Sesko and your attacking players, that is obviously a dream. And with his physicality as well, he gets up and down that pitch. And I think that is one of the positives you can kind of say, that where he was at left wing back, he's literally 50-50. He can be a left back and he can be a winger. So you're going to get that in a game. You know, as good as he is attacking wise, you're going to get that defensively. He still's got many, many levels to go to be the finished article. But in terms of his, attributes, his physicality, we are missing that. He's strong. You know, you never really see him get brushed off the ball. And he's just willing runner. He's an honest player. You know, he runs the hard yards. He puts the work in. He puts that shift in. Let's hope we can get him back as soon as possible, because I think even then it gives us another dynamic with maybe, you know, you might have Cunha up top, or you might drop Cunha to the bench. And then you've got even more options if the game isn't going your way. So, yeah, man, I think we are missing Dorgu. Martinez, for me, some of his passing through the middle thirds of the pitch is beautiful. Like his passing is absolutely beautiful. And you know, Harry Maguire isn't a slouch in the passing, but he's not on Martinez's level, but he's not a slouch in the passing either. But we do miss that incisive passing, because with him, you can kind of bypass midfield, go straight into the final third of sort of Bruno and your attacking players. And he just adds another dynamic to the team. So let's hope we can get these guys back, man, because we're going to need them. We're going to need them.
Yeah, well, that might be the positive thing about after Friday. We don't play for like 3 weeks. By that point, maybe Dorgu will be back. You know what I mean? Yeah. Maybe Dorgu will be back by that point. He should be.
Hopefully.
Yeah. We've got over 1,000 people watching, folks. We're less than 200 likes away from 500. So if you haven't already, click the like button and be sure to subscribe to United View if indeed you are new. Kickoff is in 25 minutes time, so get your predictions in. I think it's a bit of a wet, rainy, windy Old Trafford today, and it feels like a big Champions League 6-pointer, doesn't it? Absolutely. Does that concern you a little bit, DJ, that lack of width? We've heard the stories about, Carrick saying we need to get a left winger. We've got a million different priorities we need in the summer when it comes to players. It feels like it's 2 midfielders, left winger, probably another centre back, striker. New team again. But does it worry you that, because obviously we don't have Dorga, we just don't really have a lot of width in the team, and it forces us to play through the middle, and then we do the whole try and score the perfect goal kind of thing?
Yeah, it does, and I think what can kind of which can kind of hide it, I guess, is if we had Shaw as a spring chicken to get up and down, he could kind of do some of your wing play for you if you had like Cunha tucking in. But obviously, Shaw, as you say, pick his moments. he's gonna pick his moments. If you had like a young left back that was up and down, high energy, you could actually still play Cunha there and have him there, and he can drift in, and then the left back could push up and be, especially if it's an attacking left back. So there's ways to kind of cover it, but I think at this moment in time, we're quite limited with the width. I think Ahmad provides a decent level of width on one side, but then you become lopsided, don't you? So I think, I do think we'll go into the market for a left winger. I did see Marcel saying that he thinks that we shouldn't go into the market for a left winger because we've got young JJ Gabriel in the under 18s who's 15. I think he'll be 16 soon, but he's 15 playing in under 18s, who's an absolute phenom. But for me, I don't know if anyone's been paying attention to the rumor mill, but there is that Yan Diamande, who I think is a fantastic young player that you could bring in, holds the width, can dribble, gives you what Cunha can give you, but he's a naturally wide player. We do need to address that. But for now, again, we gotta go game to game and cope with what we have. We just gotta cope with what we have, honestly. It's just that.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I was just about to say. I mean, Marcel, Marcel, it's Marcel.
Marcel doesn't believe in time.
No. And then the bad thing is him. It's like, so he says, because he is the definition of he'll say a lot, and something in there will turn out to be true. And he'll be like, see? And you go, we're just ignoring the rest of the crazy, the Dubravka, fascination. What I mean? Like, what are we doing here? But I did. There you go. Like, that picture exists for a reason. You know what I mean? What even is that? But I agree with what you're saying in the sense that, like we don't have a lot of width on the left, but there really isn't a lot we can do about it, is there? You know what I mean? Like we need to go get a left winger. Exactly, yeah. Asher. Exactly, Asher. You went with a draw, Asher, today, so I don't know what you're whinging about. Unless have you changed your opinion? Have you changed your mind? Gonna go with a win? Still no. That's concerning.
I'd get in. Like people say it in die for the left wing. I would. Yeah, I would. I think he's a really good player. I would.
I do wonder who that person is going to be, like you say, for that left wing position, because it still feels like priority midfield. Like our midfield, we said it going into this season, all the way through the season. We were like, we need to get two midfielders. So I still think we will. But as the season has gone on, and obviously the switch from Ruben to Carrick, and whoever will be moving after Carrick, if it's him or somebody else, it feels like that's still we'll need that left winger. So you go, well, to get a good one, it's going to cost you some money. So I mean, we've got to be spending a lot in this summer. You know what I mean? Good midfielder, that costs you close to 100 for each. Good left winger, that costs you a pretty penny as well. So
Owen, I'll be honest with you, if I'm guessing United might have to make some sacrifices in terms of their spending. So if it was me, and go and get 3 centre midfielders, go and get 3 of them. Go get your marquee, one that can just come into the team straight away, and then you have one that might be on the bench, like a Hackney or something like that. Aiden Hackney, go on the bench. That's just an example. Not saying I want Aiden Hackney, but that level. If it means we get 3 decent quality players in the middle of the park, I promise you, I would go into next season with Cunha and Dorgu. I would. If it meant us not getting a left wing, I would. I'd just go, because there's going to be some sacrifice somewhere. We can't do everything. Yeah. And midfield is a big thing. And even getting one, even maybe 2 midfielders, you're still going to need another one if we're going to be in the Champions League and all these other competitions again. There's going to be a lot of football.
Yeah. And it also means, DJ, and this is the thing that people got to wrap their head around, it's going to be very uncomfortable conversations around. Some of the players you don't like that don't have expiring contracts, they're going to stay. They're going to end up staying. They're going to stay, because me and Flex it dawned on us the other day doing one of the morning shows. We went, all right, so let's say, you say, oh, Salugate. You go,
Yeah.
But then you're gonna have to go and get another one because like Casemiro's leaving. Like the net increase, we need to have a net increase of players this summer. You know what I mean? While also getting rid of some of these players. So when we go like Mason Mount at the end of the season, got to go. You go, okay, we've got a small squad as it is, so we're gonna have to then get someone to fill that gap. Who's that person gonna be? And go, okay, we're gonna get rid of Xerxes. All right, cool. Gonna need another striker then, aren't we? You know what I mean? We can't have a situation where we buy 2 midfielders. Let's say we buy 2 midfielders, but Casemiro goes, Ugarte goes. Our sort of increase of players is 0. We will still have the same squad size that we had before. And you go, we need more players. You know what I mean? We need more players. We need us when we're this time next season, when March of 2027, whatever the fixture is, we need to be looking to our bench and going, it's got 3 or 4 like game change. We go, right, you can turn them, you know what I mean? You can change them, bring them on. So it's kind of something to consider this. Like we need to bring players in, but also some of these players that we do want to move on, we are going to have to kind of keep a couple of them. That's why I say like people like Maguire, I think you do let go because like, well, his contract's expired, just let him go, bring someone else in. Because every time you let a player go, you do have to replace them, particularly if you're growing the squad. You know what I mean?
We've not done that really well in the last however long. We've never really done that. We've sold players and never really replaced them. We've kind of just papered over the cracks. But I think this transfer window is probably, if not the biggest we've had, because it's going to leave a massive hole, especially in the midfield. I think if you get someone like Baleba, you can get him for a cheaper price now. He wants to come as well, so you can get him for a cheaper price, probably. I don't know. What do you reckon, Baleba? What, 45 mil, 50 mil?
I don't
50
think
mil around that.
I don't know. That was what I was talking
He's
about.
Trash at the moment, isn't he? He's trash at the moment.
But then that's when you go, why do you want to sign him then? If he's not that great, you know what I mean? And if the pushback is, wow, he's just been rubbish this season. He had his head turned by the Man United stuff. You then go, if that was your reaction to pressure, you're now signing for Man United. What's going to happen if you do one?
You have one bad game, exactly.
What's your reaction going to be then? So, but you're right, because I came to the same conclusion Friday. Out of all of those names that we're linked with for those midfielders, Elliot Anderson's or Adam Wharton or whatever, today, as of today, the 15th of March, the most like certain one does feel like it's Carlos Baleba. Like, well, we went for him last summer, and it felt very much like we'll revisit this in 12 months. Like. So that feels like the one that we might get. But out of all of those names we've been linked to, he's probably had the worst season. So
he's had the worst season.
That concerns.
But then when he's at his remember, let's just cast our minds back really quickly. When we was linked with him very first, everyone was coming out and saying £100 million player, him higher ceiling than what's his name again? That went Chelsea.
Caicedo?
Caicedo, wow. Higher ceiling than him. This is the guy. And then he dropped off, and then Elliot Anderson just had a crazy season, just went nuts. So if it's me, I'm gonna go get Baleba. I'll be honest, I'll get him. I still think he's a good player. I think you just put the battery in his back, you boost him up, you give him the confidence, you maybe bring Wharton. It's gonna be an arm and a leg again. Like someone, I honestly don't know. I really don't know who it's going to be, because there's got to be 3. Are you in agreement? There has to be 3. 2
I agree,
really good ones, and a third one that's a bit coming up. But I don't want them to fudge it. Yeah, I think they'll fudge it. Tyler Fletcher will probably be the third choice. I bet you any money.
I think we get 2. And I think we end up in a lot of positions looking at the whole thing when we go, well, this person can play here too. I think we have a lot of that. So, for instance, like... The whole chat about the left side, left winger, I do think we get a left winger, but we're like, we need to get a left back if Dorgu's going to be reestablished as a winger. I think he has a season of he can play left back and left wing, so we don't need to get a left back.
We'll fudge it. Yeah, we'll fudge
it. I think we have a lot of that in the summer of, well, this player can play here as well, so we don't really have to worry too much. Like, realistically, we should sign a striker in the summer. I don't know if we do. I'm not sure. Because I think Xerxes will probably end up leaving, and then you would go, look, Šeško and is our only true striker at the club, and Bumo's played up front, but that's not maybe his best position. You need a striker. I think we could get to the end of the summer, and it's like, look, we spent a lot of money on midfielders and left wingers, and got a centre back. We can't really afford that striker, and Bumo and Šeško can both play there. So it'll be fine. Cunha can play it'll be fine. That's what I worry about, because we've got a lot to do. We're talking about players here. Who's our coach going to be? We still don't know who the coach is going to be. Got a World Cup on the horizon. How much work gets done before a World Cup? Then suddenly it turns into everything. Oh, I'm focusing on the World Cup. It can only happen afterwards. So,
but this is what
it's such a big summer for us as well. It's just a massive summer for us as well. I don't know.
This is why, this is why I think the model of having, this is just my opinion, but I think the model of having your formation set with this is how Manchester United play, irrespective of who the manager is. I think that would have helped this situation, because then you're just going to go get a manager that's going to play the way you want. So you could already identify your players. You get you get your scouts to look at the players you want for the positions, for the formation you're playing, not necessarily what the manager wants to play. It could be, right, we're doing 4-2-3-1. These are the players that our scouting department has highlighted as the perfect for these roles. Our number 1, 2, 3, 4 choices, whatever. And then you bring a manager in to play that formation, instead of the manager coming in saying, oh, well, I want to play this formation, get me these players specifically. So it depends what model we're going with. It's quite confusing as to what model we're actually going with in the first place, because we're linked with all these midfielders, but there's no manager. So who knows? Who knows? Yeah. It's gonna be interesting.
Because you're right. Like you would assume this is part of the conversation when you're in the interviews with these coaches. Yeah. But what if they just go, yeah, I like a 3-man midfield? They might be like, fuck, we're only going to get 2 midfielders this summer. Like, well, it's got to be 4-2-3-1, mate. We've got plans. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder what those discussions look like. Sky Sports just had this graphic up on the screen about Bruno Fernandes. I mean, it's kind of remarkable, isn't it? You know what I mean? Last 10 Premier League appearances, you're getting assists, goals. I mean, you look at that run, he's integral, isn't he? Those numbers are just ridiculous. And you do look at, just out of curiosity, like I was touching on earlier on, the only worry with that picture is if he 9 times out of 10, not always, not a dead cert, but if he doesn't score an assist, then generally the game might not go our way. You know what I mean? Against Aston Villa, no goal or assist. Against West Ham, no goal or assist. Against Everton, it's fine. You know, didn't have to be involved in that. We got the goal. It's cool. Mm-hmm. But was he involved in that goal? I feel like he was. Didn't he pass it to Cunha, who then did the switch to Mbumo, maybe? Or did he come off by that point? I forget. But at home, goal and assist. Newcastle, he does get the assist, but of course he then did cost us 2 goals in that one as well. It does go to show his influence, I suppose, positively and negatively, doesn't it? You know, with the whole, he's consistent, but when he's not, then Man United are in a bit of trouble.
And here's the thing, we've got a massive summer where we've got to sign players, we've got to sign a manager, we've got to sign a coach and a manager, and we've got to sign players. And imagine Bruno, I'm thinking obviously Bruno's probably going to wait until we've secured top 4, we're getting Champions League, and he might, as a favour, he might stay for 1 year, which I think is possible still. But imagine if he doesn't. Imagine if he decides to go. Our summer just became exponentially huge. Exponentially, because now you've got to plug all those GA. You got to plug all that. So oh man, it feels like it's one of probably the biggest summers of our time, really, because there's still a lot to fix, isn't there? Even spending the amount of money we spent last season.
Now you've said that, he can't go this summer.
He can't.
He can't.
It's too much to do.
Yeah, there's too much. We're already busy enough. He can't. You know what I mean? We've got to get, like I said, we've got to get a coach. There's a World Cup. We have to get a brand new midfield.
Yeah.
And then we can make an argument for every other position we need to recruit for.
Right back.
We just and also it's not like last summer. Last summer was the thing of £100 million on the table. You can take it, you can reinvest it. With now, he's got that release clause in his contract to those top European clubs. It's like 50 million. You know, what are you gonna do that? Imagine in a summer, and I know it's different stages of the career and it's what you're buying, this, that, and I get it, but imagine a summer where, like you say, we bought Carlos Baleba for, let's say, like 70 million, and we sold Bruno for 50. Imagine. And I get it, age, you know, you're buying the future and all that.
Not good business in my opinion.
But that's not good business to me. It doesn't. That's where valuation just feels flat out wrong, doesn't it? You know what I mean? Because
there's no way Carlos Baleba can be 70 million.
Well, can be worth more than Bruno in terms of like what you're getting and what you're getting to the team. You know, and how important he is to the team. That is not 50 million worth of influence. You're getting so much more.
You're getting
50
so
million
much
worth of goals. You're getting so much more. So, and like you said, just by the sheer volume of stuff we have to do this summer, he can't go. He can't. But I worry that he's having a really good season. And what happens if he has a good World Cup? You know, your Real Madrid, your Barças, the PSGs, they start looking, go, hey, we need a marquee signing this summer.
Yep.
You know, we need something a bit different.
You can imagine Bruno at Real, though, innit? You can imagine.
I said that before.
I can imagine him at Madrid.
He'd never get. Well, you get the pushback of, why aren't they in for him? Because until now, there wasn't really much conversation of him leaving until the last couple of summers. You know, so I don't know. But you're right. That has just kind of dawned on me now. Just like you can't leave this summer.
He can't leave. It'd be catastrophic.
Got too much. And I'm not even opposed to anyone. Like I'm not attached to anyone being at the club. I'm in it just purely from a like logistical point of view.
Exactly.
We've just got too much to do. We've just got too much on.
The time for him leaving would have been last season. That would have been a better time for him to leave. Not this season because at that. But again, it's like he stayed kind of for Amorim, didn't he? In a sense, he kind of stayed. Amorim said, "I don't want you to go. Don't go." So he ends up staying. Amorim gets sacked. So in his mind, he might think, well, you know what? I could go to La Liga. I could go off into the sunset. I could go to Saudi. I could go to all these different places. Am I really going to stay another 12 months at United? And it's up to, and I think, which is very smart, similar to what Rooney did. He's going to sit on this for as long as he can, pause. And he's going to wait. You know, you have to. He's going to sit there and he's going to.
Because it could be on anything, DJ. People sit on things all the time. You know what I mean? It didn't need a pause. It didn't need one. You know what I mean?
Just in case. You know, you got to cover my own back. Cover back. Safeguard. I'm safeguarding myself.
Pause. Cover your back with what? You know.
But I'm thinking he's going to sit back and he's going to wait for. He's going to see what's happening around him. He's going to see what business is United doing. Now, if United go and buy, for argument's sake, I don't think we're going to get him, but you go get Elliot Anderson, you might go get a Baleba, you bring those two in. I think Bruno will turn around and be like, okay, I might stay for this. This is something I can stay for. But if we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing in the transfer market and he gets wind that, you know, we're promoting Tyler, no offense to Tyler Fletcher. Oh, we're promoting him as the third midfielder now. We might just bring one marquee guy in. I don't see him staying. Would you? Because I wouldn't.
It depends. Like I said, it depends what happens in the summer.
And his contract. How much we paying him?
Yeah,
he's going to want more money.
See who's interested. See if they, he might, because his agent can still reach out to your Bayern Munichs or your Real Madrids or your Barças and just go, hey, if my client's got this in his contract, if he would be open. You know, let's talk. It's not going to price. Certainly, his price tag's not going to price any big team out in the summer. Exactly. So it's really up to him. Like you said, it's what does Bruno want to do? If Bruno wants to leave, then he'll leave. If he wants to stick it out, I suppose it is a bit on United to convince him. But I can't lie. I'm getting tired of every summer the Bruno debate of is he going to stay this summer or is he going to go? Like eventually you need to figure out like what we're going to do for the next couple of years. You know what I mean? Let's stop going from summer to summer here. But hopefully he stays, and hopefully he stays at a Champions League side, DJ. All right, that's what we've got. That's what we've got to do. And today, if we win, it'll go a good way to doing it because I don't know about you, DJ. I can't be dealing with these gaps between games anymore.
Yeah,
like,
it's brutal. It's brutal.
Yeah,
and then we have them, brutal. And then we have them bullshit international breaks, which I flipping can't stand, man. I think it's absolutely terrible. Yeah, it just breaks up It's not even just the international breaks; it's now the national breaks for us because we're not involved in some of the other competitions. Like it's an international break plus a national break because the first weekend out of the international break is an FA Cup weekend, which we're not fucking in. So we're literally 3 weeks without watching Man United play. Good grief! And you want to talk about sins of the past? That's what we're living in now, isn't it? We are living in sins of the past territory, right? Because our bad decisions.
Bad decisions and bad moments, but we'll make it right in the end, right? We've got to get back into the Champions League, and we can do that today. We'll certainly go very close to doing it today. Get the win at Old Trafford, and go from there. Any last minute? What score prediction did you go with, DJ?
I'm going to go with my trusty 2-1 United.
Go over 2-1. That's what I went with. Well, 2-1/3-2 I went with. I do think there are a lot of goals in this game.
Might get a bit messy.
yes, I do think it could get a little bit messy, but we hope. We hope Manchester United show up today. I want to see a fast start from Manchester
Come on,
United
United,
today.
man, please.
And I want to just be able to, because I can't lie. I kind of, like you see Spurs recently and everyone's been laughing at them. I have looked at them and gone, well, I'm glad that that's not us again this season.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm glad that we have actually, improved a bit. You know what I mean? We have actually got better than we were last season, because having another season of that, but they are playing Champions League, I suppose, even though I do get the, like last season, we were having the debate of, but, if we do get in the Champions League and you finish 15th in the Prem, do you even want to be in that competition?
I remember.
Because of not even just because of like, oh, we're not going to win, just like we would get embarrassed. And to be fair, when Spurs were playing Atletico midweek and, their goalkeeper's getting fucking substituted and this guy and the other, you are sort of going like, I am glad that's not us. I am glad that's not us. But at the same time, money would have been nice. Last year would have been quite different,
Yeah.
But it is what it is. Players are walking out onto the pitch. This is big. This is big, DJ.
It's a big game. It's a big game. It's a big game. All to play for. And dare I say, you know what? Let me not say it. We're gonna win today. We're gonna win today. We're gonna win today. Let me not bring any negativity around this. Players have got to stand up today. We're at home.
It doesn't matter who's starting, who's on the bench, this, that, and the other, who's in the dugout. Agendas aside, right? It's just about winning today. That's what it's all about. Just win. Just win, because we can't have another season of this.
Yeah.
Lord knows.
Come on, Carrick. Come on.
Come on, Michael. You've got to bounce back.
Yep.
Prove that it's not just a new manager bounce and the players doing what the players have done in the past, which is get up for a new manager, pause, and then start getting all, I guess, the opposite of that, floppy after the fact. You know what I mean? After a few games, getting bored of it all. Can't settle down. That's the problem with these Man United players, DJ. They can't settle down.
What about Kobe Mano? JB's there talking about Mano masterclass. He's.
I hope so. I hope all masterclass of them all. Yeah, all masterclass today. I don't care if it's Cop, Cass, whoever.
Please, man. Make our weekend just perfect. Come on, boys.
Exactly. Red Baron says, are we allowed to blame the rain today? No. Super Arch says we need a new centre-back because Martinez and Delict injuries. So I said a few weeks ago. Matt says, if we qualify for the Champions League next season, what knockout stage would you, at the very least, like us to reach? I'm not even thinking that far ahead, Matt. I can't.
Let's just get this game out of the way first.
Get this game first. Then the other games, we still got, even if we win today, still got to do the job in the other games.
Exactly.
And then we'll focus on that, and we can focus on the fun of qualifying for the Champions League.
I'm a bit nervous. And all that. I'm a bit nervous. Man.
You know me. It's always the right before when the players are on the pitch, we get to this time, I start getting a bit nervy. It'll be fine. Just gotta believe.
Let me go grab a drink quickly.
I've got mine. I've got what is I think the greatest drink ever, which is a White Monster. Hey, if you haven't seen the accounts on like Instagram, does anyone follow them? Like the White Monster accounts on Instagram? It's just basically constant like memes and like whatever about how great a White Monster is. It's, any kind of popular meme, it will have to do with a White Monster. It's brilliant. It's so good. Exactly, JB. Yeah. Where are we at in terms of likes? We're less than 100 likes to go until 500 likes. So if you haven't already, click the like button and be sure to subscribe. Should I try Asha one more time to see if she changed her prediction? You went with a draw, didn't you, Asha, the other day? Have you had any last minute changes? I'm gonna give you a chance to change your prediction here. I'm giving you a chance, okay, Asha? Right? Last minute prediction, Asha. Last minute prediction. Will Man United win? Damn, you are such a killjoy. Will Man United win? Well, I'll take it. I kind of forced it, but we'll take it. We'll take it, Asher. Come on. Believe. You can go back down now. I've used you. Oh, Gotta believe. Gotta
Right.
believe.
Yes, let's believe. Come on, United.
Yeah.
And we're off.
And we're off. Yes. Super Arch said Owen didn't catch the Lemonhead profile. Well, game's kicked off, so I'll do another one, innit? Bag's ripped open or dissolved because of the fucking all this shit. Actually, you can't have them. You'll explode. And goes another one. Oh. Absolutely disgusting. Oh. Oh.
Morgan Rogers is on the right. Is he? Oh.
Right, come on, United.
Come on, United. Come on, United. You're waiting for this.
So seeing the obviously the front three will be fluid. Have an early start, United. Come on. Gallo, I don't know what on. Like what guy is he? Like what is wrong with him?
What guy is he? Say what guy is he?
60 seconds into the match, just as a scissor kick kicks it out of play.
Oh, God. Oh.
Unbelievable.
Is he off?
That's better, Dallo. Good touch.
Lovely.
That
That was good. Lovely. Ooh.
There you go, Cunha. Oh, let go.
Bruno should have took that.
Yeah, I don't think Dallo was expecting that either.
Yeah.
Get that. Oh.
Some crisp touches there from United. It was good to see.
I wonder if they're going to try that ball over the top. They tried it just a few seconds ago, Casemiro to Mbumo.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they're going to try it again.
In that 4-2-2 shape, defensive shape.
Yeah, interestingly, letting Villa have quite a lot of the ball.
Yeah.
So it looks like we are fully at home, kind of trying to play on counter-attack against Villa.
Yeah. Gives Villa something to think about as well, actually.
Because you look here,
blocking the passing lanes. Yeah, look.
Yeah, not like totally like pressing them. Just go on, then give the ball.
Ooh, bit dodgy.
Put some pressure on now.
Ahmed. Yeah, well done. That was good.
Well done, Man United. Well done. It doesn't always have to be just because sometimes that's what people get confused about with press, don't they? They assume that press means just basically sprinting at someone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Sometimes it's not that.
Block the lanes, block the passing lanes, yeah.
It's a lot more coordinated. Switch by Casemiro. Luke Shaw, nothing casual today. Or goes past him like he's not even there. Look at this, the speed, running back the years.
Ooh.
Ball in, back post.
Ooh.
That was a good ball. Yeah, it was a good ball.
I want to see more of that.
It's towards the back post.
We pushed right up on them as well. They're aggressive.
Yeah, good start.
Cobby.
Good start.
Get goal side, Cobby, man.
Yeah, kept all the ball in Aston Villa's half so far. Certainly trying to squeeze them high up the pitch.
Yeah. This is very reminiscent of the City, with the way we line up against City.
Yeah.
It's very similar. That's a ball. Oh, sure, man. I mean, you had to, I guess, but it was late, man. That's where you missed Dorgu, because Dorgu's not timing that wrong.
Yeah. But we're into the 5th minute here. 0-0. Yes, you believe your eyes. Man United are playing an actual match. Ooh. Ball into the box. Deal with that, Lenny.
Oh,
second ball.
Well done.
Ref.
Yeah, we'll have that.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Well done. That's why Maguire's so good in those positions, man.
It was did you see the Maguire clip that went viral with like the ball hit him on the head and then he was like claiming a foul?
No, I didn't see that actually.
Yeah, the ball hit him on the head and then like it was really delayed reaction. He's like, And he was getting loads of shit for it online. It was funny. But obviously, a lot of the ops were like, he's cheating.
All footballers are paid actors at this point.
Yeah.
Do you ever remember Rivaldo, where the ball got kicked at him and it hit his shin and he clutched his face? Yeah.
And got sent off. Unbelievable. Yeah. I remember that. At the time, because that was like my first World Cup. I just stunned that someone could cheat like that. I was like, how dare you?
Lenny, man.
Yeah. You'd be a bit careful. Now I got to do defensive work, Ahmad. Got to go back. Get that.
Lovely.
Step forward. Oh.
You didn't need to do all of that.
No. Take care of it.
Yeah, they're just going to go into midfield. Yep.
Squeezing them up quite high the pitch.
Yeah.
Force them to play out if they can.
Yeah, see, United are giving it to him over here. Let them have it on the left wing. They'll just recycle it. Like the shape of United, I like what we're doing here. I like what we're doing. Cut out. Oh no!
Ball through the middle.
Oh, well done.
Keeper's gonna have that. Keeper's gonna have that.
Yep. That's good.
Yeah, interesting setup so far. You've got sort of United trying to squeeze Villa up the highest pitch they possibly can, but both teams, it looks like they're kind of looking for that one direct pass through the middle, like a ball over the top, ball through the middle. They've got sort of faster strikers to run onto, whether it's Watkins or Mbumo. Look how high that Villa line is, by the way.
High line. I'm looking at Cunha there. Look, Cunha's got a bit of space there. If Maguire sees him.
Yeah, if someone's going to switch it now, put it in that pocket.
Oh, nearly.
Sabine, I feel like particularly United, but both teams are looking for that. They're looking for that one pass in behind, that one ball over the top, and one bit of space to open up.
United, I'm impressed with how they're set up. This is good. Won the ball back on a number of occasions, yeah.
It certainly looks like a very clear game plan, doesn't it? They know Villa's deficiencies.
Yeah.
Got to be careful, can't lose it there. Dangerous spaces, because look, you see, that's why Cass is flying in, because he knows.
The ball, we got the ball. Fuck off.
Clearly, they've been drilled, like, do not allow Villa to turn it over in a dangerous position. Like, if the moment, if a transition is possible, you've got to win that ball back immediately. Ball in from Luca Dean, back post.
Well done, Shaw.
8 minutes gone, still 0-0. As we said, look, there are going to be those moments where it's going to be a bit more Villa than United. It is just is what it is. It's going to be a tight one. I do think that even though we haven't had the ball maybe as much, there is a sort of, I say intensity, but there is a sort of focus maybe about United.
Yeah. Definitely.
That's too easy.
You don't want McGinn in there, man. You don't want McGinn in there.
Got to be careful with those sort of passes. Be careful with him. Morgan Rogers, ball in. Deal with it. Ahmad, well done.
Well done. Oh, come on, Mbumo.
Be a bit stronger. Yeah.
Yep.
Dear.
Oh, he was late there, Cass, man. He was late, bro. He was late.
Growing into the game a bit now.
Yeah.
Villa, growing into the game. Could have been a yellow, that. Yeah, he's wow late. Doesn't look happy.
Yeah.
Not so much with the decision. I think he just looks more unhappy that it was so easy for them to play around him.
Yeah. This is dangerous.
Yeah, very dangerous. He's a decent set piece takers. Obviously, Rogers, Luca Digne's good at free kicks as well. Look at that. He's Lomans barking out orders there.
So whole committee there. Look,
I was going to
the
say,
whole
and,
committee
half
had
of,
this.
and also half of them got their fucking hands
Defenders.
taped up. Look,
Yeah.
they got their hands taped up as well, don't they? I said he got a lot of them. Yeah.
This is dangerous, though.
Yeah. What are they doing here? Well, they've got a routine.
Well done, Ahmad. Well done. Yep. Yeah, well
And it was
done. And he's kicked the ball away. He's kicked the ball away.
Okay, now, literally, they kicked the ball away as well, so I want a yellow for that. But secondly, you had half the team there. He literally, McGinn tries to block the players off. So it should be a foul. Again, it's cynical as well. It should be a booking.
Yeah. I think United here now need to just keep the ball a little bit longer now. Give Villa something to think about. I think Villa will feel a bit empowered by that passage of play they've had.
Where are you going to go? See if you can try and stretch the play a little bit.
Yeah.
Turn if you can, Cobby. That's it.
It's got a lot around him. Yeah, see that? You've got to do better than that. You've got to do better there, man. You've got to do better. It's not good. It's not good.
Yeah, just like I said, first sort of 5 minutes was all right. Just kind of drifted. Drifted last couple of minutes. And you can tell.
Ahmad's trying to come. Yeah, sorry, go on.
I was going to say, crowd's got a bit quieter now as well. They're kind of realizing this sort of. We need to get on the ball a little bit more now because look, it's getting a bit too. Yeah, it's one thing letting them have the ball, which is fine. There's the other part, which is, but then if they start growing into the game, you've then got to start winning the ball back. Can't just be passive again.
For me, Cobby stepped in there, didn't win the ball, and then it kind of left us a little bit vulnerable just there. Come on, boys. Yep, go. Let's go.
Switch.
Yep.
Yeah,
thank you. We'll take that. Well done.
I tell you what, he actually did really well there because he knew he was probably going to struggle to get the pass off. Yeah, so he was like, I need to get a foul here.
Yep. He saw him. He
He
takes a quick look. Yeah, a quick look. Vet move.
Yep. I tell you what, Boomer, you've done really well.
Oh man,
What's that, Cobby? That
was
really
it was
cool.
ambitious. It was so ambitious as well. Lovely.
Well done. Turn. There you go. Play.
Yeah, let's
Well
go.
done. Good turn.
Lovely.
There you go.
Lovely.
That's better. Much better.
Lovely.
Ball in, can you? Now be careful. Got to be weary here. This is where Villa are at their best. There we go.
Oh,
Foot
it's a
race.
sprint. Yep, we knew it. Maguire's coming across.
Yeah,
well done.
Well done.
Well done.
Well done, Harry Maguire. Handled that very well.
Covered his defensive partner there.
Mm-hmm.
But you can see what they're trying to do, Villa, there.
Exactly.
You can see what they're trying to
when
do.
we're on the attack, they're already thinking, right, if they F this up, we're going to go at the other end and score. That's what you got to be careful about. I like the build-up to that point where we got to Bruno putting it in the box, but can't be having those sort of half-hearted, just kick it into the box and hope. You know, you need to make sure if you give it away, you got to be ready.
I like when Bruno just, turned on the ball there, created a bit more space. Cunha.
Yeah. Couple of one-touch flicks.
Yeah, it's good. It's
What
good
they're gonna
football,
need.
but yeah. Flipping hell.
Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, Lenny, you asked him a bit of a question there.
Well done,
Well
Ahmed.
done.
Flipping hell.
Yeah,
Strong there. Fist it into him.
he did.
That's mad.
Okay, now. That was, not great.
From when it left his foot, it was reaching nobody.
And see, and this is the graph straight again. Well, the chart once again. Fewest touches. Who's playing through the middle? It's Mbeumo. That would be Benjamin Šeško right now. This was my point earlier on.
Yeah.
It's not about the individual that's playing there. It's about everyone behind that individual going, are they passing the ball properly? Are they taking care of the ball? And the answer is, for both players, no. No, they're not.
Well done, sure. 15 minutes in, just probably shaking off the rust a little bit as well. I've played a lot.
This is
that first goal is going to be crucial, though. Whoever scores it, I think.
Yeah.
Game will open up. It will open up.
Yeah, there's a bit of anxiety in both teams at the moment. But once again, it's switch. Yep. Good touch.
Take him on.
I was just about to say, like, that's our one thing. We just don't have that outlet really on either wing. Yep. That's just stretching the game, hugging the touchline.
Why are we doing such speculative things, man?
Because when you've got someone that's out there, like we saw there with Cunha, then you do always have the option just to, right, I can switch it. I can open the game up a little bit. I can stretch the defense. We just don't have that because our wide players naturally like to cut inside.
Yeah.
Cunha was always playing more inside anyway. Where are you going to go, Mbeumo? One off row. Take that. Experience operator. He's fully in Gary Neville mode today, isn't he? Good grief.
Yeah.
It's Manchester United side.
Bloody hell, Dallo. Come on. Oh, that's a terrible ball.
Dallo. I mean, how does he just go through the game doing this? Just don't get it. Keep going. Oh, it was such a good ball. I tell you what, he does really well. I mean, that's wing play. That's proper wing play. That's go up against him, go past him, whip it in. Oh. Skipped up a bit as well. Oh. So what you need really there is someone just to bust a gut, throw themselves at it. Just throw yourself at it. Ahmad was saying about, a bit of a shirt pull, checked and cleared.
Yeah, it was minor.
But look, here we go. We've got corner.
Casemiro goal.
Piece Kings. Yeah.
Casemiro goal. Let's go.
Ball in.
Don't lose it here. Just.
And the problem is now, as well, is that because obviously Šeško's named on the bench, every time there's a good cross and someone doesn't get it in, then that becomes, well, look, if Šeško's on the pitch, he scores that one.
But you know what's Owen? Šeško will come on and we'll stop putting the ball in the box.
Yeah, we'll stop crossing, yeah.
Nah, it's not. It's too much.
It's too much.
Nah. He's not Martinez. That was Martinez. No. He's going to get that.
You're trying to say it was a pen? I don't really see much in it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Well, a bit of the shirt. I'm not sure they. The problem is, like with everything in the Premier League, one will get given for like City or Arsenal or Liverpool or something like that, and it'll be like, see. Yeah. But consistency is not there with that kind of stuff. But United growing back into the game a little bit more.
Yeah.
A couple of chances. Half chances, maybe. I do King in the Indies remember when I was thinking that earlier on. Tyrone Mings at Old Trafford, he will always be remembered for getting in the fight with Zlatan. And Zlatan then just elbowing him in the face.
Yeah.
Because he jumped on his head. So when he went back up for a...
what? Oh, Cunha. Brilliant.
Can pass it. Oh, he's saying it's too... You had to hold it a bit longer. I thought he might have been on. Yeah.
Yeah.
But when that
Well done, Cobby. Well done, Cobby.
No
Well
foul.
done.
Not
We'll
a foul.
take that.
Wasn't
Yep,
a foul.
let's go.
Wasn't a foul.
Yep.
Go, go, go.
Come on,
This
man.
opportunity. Just don't overplay it. Is he going to have a
Left
shot?
foot.
Oh.
Opened up from though. Why not?
Yeah.
And he flipping raced back, man. He was,
Yeah. That's what you want to
he was
see.
like, not on my watch. He was like, not on my watch, not today. Oh, come on. Should be going down the channel.
Gonna put the ball
Whips.
in. That's a good ball.
Oh my God,
That is,
what a
I
ball.
tell you what, that is a Benjamin Šeško cross.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because that is a brilliant
Perfect.
ball in the
That
box.
was a brilliant ball in the box. I ain't seen him do this
Look
for
at
a
this.
while. Look at that. Oh,
That
the
is
striker-
exactly
Yeah.
where your striker
Šeško's-
should be.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at it. Look where it bounces. Middle of the 6-yard
Yeah.
box. That
He needs to do
prolific
that again.
real estate.
Do that
Yeah.
again. Do that again. Brilliant
That
cross.
is
One of the best crosses I've
prime
seen him
real-
do in a long
yeah.
time.
That's prime real estate for a striker. That is where you want it.
Come on, United. Cash special.
Ball in. Ooh.
Bring it down.
Get it down.
Lovely. He's on. He's on.
You're
He's on.
onside.
Well done. Yep. Let's build up some pressure. Yep.
Keep the pressure on. Keep the pressure on.
Yep.
This is better now. This is better. And like you said, DJ, you could just tell where this is going to go, can't you? It's going to go with, like, we've had 2 really good crosses in the box, right?
Yep.
We will not see them for the rest of the game now, will we? Šeško will come on in 60 minutes, so we won't cross.
Oh, man. Come on, United. Oh.
Quiet.
Oh.
Oh! It was nestling. It was nestling bottom corner. You could see it. It was a good save. Be careful now. Gotta be careful.
Well
well
done,
done, Bruno.
Read it.
Now go.
Bruno read it.
Now go. Now
I'm
go.
screaming for it.
Oh, you overrun it. Backheel.
No. What was that?
Could have
Why
just
are we
backheeled it,
doing
carried it. Now here we go. This is the basketball match we were talking about.
Yep. This is what you don't want.
We've definitely. Oh, I don't want to. I'll wait for the ball to go out, actually.
I think Bruno had too much time there.
Yeah. Broken elevator pitch says start Šeško. This is why. The thing is, broken elevator. I don't even think it's a like again a Šeško or an Mbumo thing, because I go back to the players behind, because I almost think if Šeško did start the game, they probably wouldn't put those crosses in the box for some weird reason.
Yeah.
Because that's what they apparently do. Be careful. I thought he was going to leave it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we have started better.
On the bounce. Go on, Mbumo. Come on. No, we need more control. Foot on the ball moment now. We need a foot on the ball moment, Owen.
There you go. Well, I do think we've started better than we have in the last few games. I think.
Yeah.
I think we have started a bit better. There's a bit more intensity there. But we are also
look, hands all over.
Now that is the hands are on him.
Oh.
Yeah. It was a good header.
Save that. Good save.
Yeah. But it's there for us. I think we'll get opportunities in this game.
Yeah.
But so will Villa. We've seen that. And as the game goes on, that 5-minute period that we saw there of end-to-end stuff, that's going to happen more and more, I feel like.
Yeah. Moving the ball quicker today.
See, we definitely got a bit more about us.
I don't think Villa was the better team. No, I don't think that.
I think they said they had a lot of the ball. I think they grew into it a bit, that sort of opening 10 minutes. But since then, we've had better chances.
Yeah.
Obviously, their goalkeeper's made a save. We've had both of those crosses in the box. So we're looking more dangerous, but Villa could easily got the other end and score.
God, man.
And it's funny, the Man United job, because I swear Carrick looked younger like 3 months ago.
Yeah, it ages people, honestly, man.
It's already starting to age him a bit.
Yeah, it is. Even
and I was saying a few
Amarim,
weeks ago, I was like, oh, he looks exactly the same. He hasn't aged at all. Now I just looked at him there and went, hey, he's a bit grayer, hasn't he? He's got a bit grayer, yeah. Wrinkles. Yeah.
Amarim, when he came in, he went grey a little bit.
Well, he's a smooth talker. Fucking hell, he's talking about quitting every single week. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe it aged him mentally. I don't know.
Yeah. I was saying on the red carpet, it's a job that requires a lot of mental and emotional strength too. That's just like coaching's just one part of it.
You know, Liam Rossini can do the whole we're aging men. You know what I mean? That's man edge. You know, you're aging men. With us, we'll just age you. We'll just age you in general, but very quickly. You know what I mean?
Bruno's peeling out to the left. Okay.
Come on, Dally. You can try and get a ball in, can't you? Oh, well done. Well done. Cut it back. One more. Oh, unlucky. To be fair, that's all he could do. Just try and get past
Keep the ball, boys. Well done, Cobby.
Oh, wow.
Well done, Cobby. Well done, Cobby.
Go. Where you going?
He's there. No one's helping him. He's there.
Where you going? Well done for keeping it alive. Oh! Keep it going. Ahmad.
Lovely.
Just don't overplay. Yes. You don't have to overplay it. You know what I mean? Just going around.
Run on. Just keep the pressure on. Keep it ticking.
That felt like the longest passing the ball around the box I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. Look, it's going to cross it now, isn't it? Oh. Under that. Oh.
Ball in. No foul. Cross number 3. People go, Sheshko.
You do feel Sesco in it. You do feel that's
but again, it's just the totally frustrating thing because we know when he comes on, that will stop. for some reason, that will stop. Even though a lot of his goals recently have come from crosses in the box, headers, flicks. The goal one against West Ham. You know what I mean? Again, because this is the mad thing about United. So we've got this front three today. We've gone right. We're going with Mbumo, a bit more fluidity, and we want to try that ball over the top to run onto. All right, cool. So what are we doing? We're doing crosses. When Sheshko comes on, the crosses will stop, and then we'll start doing the ball over the top. Try and run onto it.
Yeah,
try and run onto that one.
Start doing backward stuff.
Yeah, every time. I've got to be careful. Get out.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a bit of space in behind on Shaw's side there for a second.
Don't let him get the ball in. Ooh. Well done, Euro.
Like we said, Villa are going to have their moments.
Yeah, United are just poised, waiting to counter. Literally waiting to counter.
There you go. Get out to him. Lucadinho up against Ahmad. See, it's just moments like this. Just got to make sure United don't switch off.
Yeah.
Because like I said, for those that are looking for performance and result, I wouldn't say the performance has probably been better than it has been in the last few games.
Yeah, definitely.
But just that final pass, final little bit. And the game's firmly in the balance at the moment.
Ooh, well done. Well done.
Like it feels like our start is a goal away from either being really good or really shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If we score, I'd be like, actually, we started quite well in this game, doing well. If we concede, you feel like it will be, yeah, we did feel a bit passive. Did feel a bit passive. We feel like proper on a knife edge at the moment.
Yeah, I think United have been patient. Honestly, I think they've been patient. I just think we've been wasteful in certain little instances, but I think for the most part, look there, Villa had a bit of possession, but we was disciplined. We stayed in our positional awareness.
I think
was
we've
really
been
good.
the better team. I think we've just sort of edged it,
See,
so
stuff
far.
like that.
But
And Bumo's just got the ball and he's giving it right back.
This is dangerous. Dangerous.
No.
Tell you what.
Whoa, well done, Cobby. Well done, Cobby.
In the end. What the fuck was that? Good grief, Ahmad. Oh. And this is what I go back to. It's about, we're looking at that front four again, going, you've got to, all of you, not one individual, all of you, you've got to be stepping up. There you go, got it back. But like I said, I think in the game we're gonna have our moments. We're gonna have our moments.
Yeah,
so will Villa.
We will.
It's not gonna be straightforward. Ball at X. Now I'm done with this lot. It's early. It's only 31 minutes. It's early. There's some grumblings from the crowd. Say move the ball.
Is that the best we could come up with? Over the top?
No, that's what I mean. It's when I go back to, I'm not really sure if they know, what they want to do. Because, all right, if Mbumo's on, then you are going to be doing sort of ball over the top or ball in behind, run on it. Not necessarily crosses in the box. But then we've been doing crosses in the box. And then when we have been doing those sort of balls in behind, like that one with Maguire, Mbumo's never going to win that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I think Mbumo's never going to win that one.
Villa have done an amazing job of sort of just making sure that they plug the middle of the field so the ball can't get through to Fernandes. And so now we're having to go long, just hit Mbumo and maybe work off the second ball, which we've done against Liverpool and it worked. But I think we've got to have a few more ideas now. I just think we're overcomplicating it a little bit.
I tell you what, the one thing I am glad for, though, as well, and this is what I was saying about holding people back. I'm glad that we've actually got some options off the bench to change this, because that was the worry in the last couple of games, wasn't it? Of going, all right, we're going to bring on, let's say, Ahmad. You did have this feeling in the back of your mind, like, all right, Ahmad will come on, but is it going to change the game? You know what I mean? Is that going to really, at least with Šeško in his form, you go, wow, if you get some of these crosses in, that could change the game. Although,
that one with Gallo, he would have, I think he would have probably got that on target. Yeah.
But I go back to what we did see in this first half too, is regardless of who's playing through the middle, you've got to play to him. You can't, the way that we've been taking care of the ball, if you don't play to whoever's playing in that position, they're going to be a ghost, whether it's Mbumo, whether it's Šeško, whether it's fucking Cunha, whether it's whoever.
Go on. Thought I was going in the box. Shoot.
Like you said, DJ, I think it is going to be one of those games there. Well, that first goal goes in, the floodgates might open for both teams.
For both teams, yeah.
Pass it again.
You got space, Ahmed. Well done, Ahmed.
Keep it alive. Keep it alive.
You're alive. Lovely. Go wide, Shaw. Yeah, we'll keep the ball. I don't mind. I'll do this all day long. That's a
one in the box.
Ooh, Mbumo was right there. Very good cross.
Good one.
Yeah. Patient build up.
Yeah. Was a good ball. Like you said, Mbumo was there. That was if he doesn't deal with that, that's on Mbumo's foot. That is where I do agree with what Gary Neville was saying. For some reason, when they do put the crosses in the box, the players just kind of watch. They don't really run.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They don't really run or try and make it. They sort of just hope it lands exactly on their head. Oh, here we go.
Can't
routine.
believe it.
Better be a routine. The fuck was that?
Ah!
Oh my God!
Is he bringing it back in?
Okay, kept it alive.
Well done. Well done. That's good. You kind of need Sesko, you know. I think it is a Sesko thing right now.
I think it might just been a bit too much on it. Yeah, it's just a bit too much on it. But I do think if they are going to be whipping the balls in the box like this, then that is when you would say, well, then get Šeško on. If that's what your game plan is. To do that with Mbeumo.
No, Lenny, man. Oh, again, we just given the ball away. We didn't even need to do that. But then Mbeumo could pop up with a goal. He really could.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's the point there. Like Ollie Watkins, you look at his touch map. It's kind of it's the same for both. It's the same with both teams in the sense that a lot of the ball has just been in the middle of the pitch. Both teams have been trying to sort of sometimes overplay or do a ball over the top, which has not been on. And neither strikers really touched it all that much, you know.
Lovely, Bruno. Lovely. Lovely.
Box is empty. There you go.
Unlucky. Good play by Bruno, man. Bit more of that, Bruno.
I just think if you're gonna, like I said, as you touched on, I think if you're gonna whip the balls into the box as often as we have, that's when you go, well, then you should go with Šeško.
Yeah.
I also don't necessarily totally blame Mbeumo like, he's played dreadful. I just think he's in a bit of a thankless position at the moment. I think he's in because it was the same with Šeško in the last game. They showed up the little table where it said that Šeško had the fewest touches in that first half. I think just in that striking position, it's just a bit thankless because
what a ball!
Bordello! Oh, he skied it! Fucking Christ! Ow! Oh, we've had better chances now.
He angles his run, brilliant.
It's onside.
Hello, man. You've done the hard part. That's the hard part there.
Left-footed and bouncing, innit? Not what you want for your right back.
Yeah. Good play, though. Why do we stop playing there? Why do we just stop? Well done, man. Let's keep going. Yes, let's go.
There you go. Keep it going. Keep it going.
Yeah, keep it going.
Good ball again. Went bad. This is where we need you, Cobby. You need to get out to him.
Well done. Well done. Risking it there, but got to take risks. We was risky there. We had I think 3 guys back just about.
I think if you're going to look at which team's been the better team, I think you have to be us. I mean, that Dallo chance, Martinez save, couple of crosses in the box.
Bruno, man.
We just need to take advantage of it. Like Gary Neville was saying, Villa they've drifted last couple of minutes or last 5 minutes. They're starting to get on top now. Just get it before half time. Just get it. Don't count. Oh, that's shit. I tell you what, this is dangerous because it's Maguire Watkins in a foot race here. 1-on-1.
Well done. Well done.
He wanted a foul. Ref didn't give it.
Well done.
Us.
Yep.
Good defending.
Well done.
Right, and Harry
Did
Maguire.
really well there. He
Yeah.
done really well there.
Yeah, Maguire did well. I know Asher. I tell you what, Luke Shaw does really well there.
Yeah.
Because he's probably getting a tap in at the back post.
Whoa.
I like how easy that was for Maguire against Ollie Watkins. Watkins,
Yeah.
like one-on-one, God just stuck his foot out. Thank you very much.
It's crazy because Maguire went square as well, and I thought Watkins
Yeah.
was going to put it through his legs.
Should have been a corner.
Should have
Actually,
been
just
a
blasted
corner.
it against Maguire. I tell you what, the referees in the Premier and the liners, they're so shit, aren't they? That is like as blatant a corner as you would possibly ever see.
Oh
Lenny
my
Yoro.
God, Lenny!
Lenny. Oh,
Fuck, man. It's things like that. Nonsense.
yeah. Got to be careful as a young player coming to United. You can get the bozo gene early. They can get in too deep.
Bozo cheap.
Got
Is
to
he
be
on?
off. He is offside. Thank God. Thing is, you never know. Hey,
Ref,
right,
yellow
book him. Book him.
Yellow.
Yeah. I was going to say.
Shut up, Morgan Rogers.
You've
Shut
got
up,
no
man.
excuse.
Shut up. No excuse.
The flag's up. The whistle's early. You know what I mean?
He's trying to defend that. Nah, man.
Yeah. You're offside
Shut
as
up.
well. Yeah. And everyone knows. Everyone knows. And you still took. Why?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. One of the centre backs, Maguire and Yoro. You got to try and get. I don't care if it's. Oh, for God's sake. DJ can't pass the ball.
Bozo
Can't pass the
Gene
ball, mate.
is
Can't pass the
activated.
ball, mate.
Is activated.
Oh, man. Some of the just errors in the last fucking 2 or 3 minutes have been ridiculous.
Yep. Let's
There you
go.
go. Won it back.
Let's go.
Go. You've actually got space to play into now.
Give the ball,
Pass
Bruno.
it, Bruno.
Please, I beg. Please.
Yeah. God.
Please. Bruno always doing something mad. Just
See, that's what I don't get, DJ. Like, we won the ball in a good area there. How have we ended back in this position now where Villa are completely set and back again? That shouldn't be able to happen.
Yeah.
You've won the ball in a period of transition.
Well done, Mbumo, but come on, man. Kobe's hunting. See, now look. Now we're exposed. This is what we were talking about right here. What a tackle. Careful, Ahmad. Lovely.
Right, go.
Let's go, United.
Go.
Transition football. He's onside. Kobe, keep going. It's got to go in Mbumo. It's got to go in Mbumo, man.
Wasn't really feeling a sort of shot from sort of 20 yards, 25 yards for that, to be honest. I feel you need to work it more.
Yeah. I'm saying in Boomer, but I guess the pass wasn't on. Yeah, he's probably thinking, come on, Bruno. What a tackle. What a tackle, man. And then this, Ahmad's got 2 on him. Bink around the corner. Just one touch and be off again. I like that. From defense to attack.
I mean, Yoro as well. It was like less of a slide tackle. He kind of dived with his head in the end. Give a foul. What for? Oh, get that off the screen, Sky. What are you trying to fucking do, man? I hate this.
The judge.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he hasn't scored against United. He hasn't scored against United for ages. Oh, I wonder if he'll do that today. Get out of it, man.
Yeah. The judge.
Right before half time as well. They love it, don't they? Ball in. It's not a bad one as well. Oof. Corner ball. Corner ball. Yeah, you got to deal with the Old Trafford dip. You don't really realize it until you go there live. Obviously, you see it on the TV, but not as well.
Yeah,
but until you go there live,
raised up quite high, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't realize how sort of strange in a way the Man United pitch is, Old Trafford, in that it's elevated and there's this tiny brick wall around the bottom.
Yeah.
Which is like it's very
Brutal.
weird. Yeah, it's the theater of dreams for a reason. It's like you're on stage almost.
Oh yeah, exactly. I think that might have been the thing behind it.
Yeah.
Go on, let's go. Ahmad, get your head up, man. Nice. Cunha. We got no width. There's no width. That's why. 1 minute. Let's get one by foot.
What the fuck was Did Cass try it? Was that a shot or a pass from Casemiro? If he's tried a shot from like 45
He's
yards,
taking a piss.
What was that?
He's actively taking a piss. Oh. Ooh. Well done, Euro.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take that.
Half-time.
Yep, we'll take that.
Half-time.
Regroup.
Yeah, probably the better team in that first half, but
I think so.
No goals, some opportunities, DJ, some bozo moments as well. Maybe a bit of a better start than we've seen in the last few games, but still no goals. What did you make of all of that?
Oh man, I think we kind of cancelled each other out early on. I think both teams were literally lined up the exact same. I liked how we was tactically in terms of, blocking obviously the passing lanes, and I thought United in terms of their defending was really good. I just think when we're getting to the final third, we're doing some good stuff to get there, but I just think there is no end product there. I don't think we know what we're doing in that final third. And I think it's just been very meaty, very mediocre. I think we're getting the ball in the box, which is a good sign. You would like to think within probably 15 minutes after half time, so let's go start warming up. But yeah, I just think that we're doing okay. It's just okay for me. But I think both teams are cancelling each other out, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think we've been the better team. We've had the better chances, certainly. The Dalot chance, you're looking at a couple of really good crosses in the box from Dalot, from Cunha. I'm quite confused by, like, if you are going to whip the ball into the box as much as we have, then why you wouldn't start Šeško is a bit odd for me. I would get it if, and it did feel like initially the game plan was, right, we've got Mbeumo up front. They're going to be sort of rotating a little bit, and Mbeumo does a lot of running in behind, so we'll try balls over the top. They've got a high line, and Mbeumo can run at that. But we maybe did that once, and then aside from that, we just never did that. We crossed it into the box more, which is odd, and obviously that leads to a lot of the calls for, this is why Šeško should be on. But no, in this team, when Šeško gets on the pitch, they'll suddenly start doing balls over the top and not whip the ball into the box, which because we've seen that before. And also, I do sympathise with Mbeumo because in the last game against Newcastle, they put up the exact same table of fewest touches in that half, and Šeško was at the top of it because when you're sort of 3 in behind, aren't really up to snuff or aren't playing that great, you're not going to touch the ball all that much. But it is there for us. Villa are dangerous on the counter-attack, as we've seen. I tell you what, Lenny Yoro and Maguire have done really well in that first half. A couple of times in one-on-one battles, Maguire's won it against Watkins, or Yoro's won it against Watkins, a few sliding tackles and what have you. But it's the same story with at points you do look at these players and you go, I don't know how you're professional footballers because you can't pass. I mean, that's like if you go on trial anywhere, you have, even if you're warming up, the first thing you notice is they can't pass the ball. So Dalot, ironically enough, Dalot's probably actually had one of his better games and he still can't pass the ball, which sums him up. You're looking at Casemiro at points, fizzing the ball in at the end of that half. Why is he going for like a 40-yard
what was that about?
Or something? I don't know. Bruno, I kind of want to see a little bit more from Bruno.
Yeah, definitely.
Decision making. To be honest, same with that front four again. It's the same, isn't it, as the other games, which is decision making, basics.
Yeah.
And also take a few risks. Like too many times we saw it in that half. We've seen it in other games where we win the ball in what you think is a decent area. You go, right, game stretch. That's a good tackle. You've won it there. And then Gary Neville said it, like then our centre-backs will take too many touches or they'll pass it between themselves a couple of times and allow the opposition to settle, and then you can't then break them down, which I just don't get. Like so often in the game, you're waiting for those spaces to open up. And then when they do, you're not brave enough to try and play into that space or try and exploit that space. You'll rather just, let's play it safe. Let's keep it in between us at the back. And no, you can't do that. Go and get this game by the scruff of the neck. We've seen in this first half. You've got them. You've got them. You've got them.
Yeah.
You can beat this team. You know, go and prove you need to be third in the table and go and kill off the game. It feels like it might be a Šeško one to come on, but then my only thing would just be if you bring him on, fucking play to him.
Please put
play
the ball
to
in
him.
the back.
Play to him.
Put the ball in the
put
box.
the crosses in the box. You know what I mean? Don't do this shitty passing and all this kind of stuff. You know, please. Who we would come on for? Who do you think he would come on for? That's the question, DJ.
It's gonna, for me, it would have to be either Amador and Mbumo. I think Mbumo's looked a little bit ineffective at this moment in time. Plan A hasn't worked, clearly. I think, as I said before, I think both teams are cancelling themselves out. And I think Mings is aerially, he's always going to win them aerially, isn't he? So I think United are trying to play off the second ball, but even then, we're not really winning the second ball. So in that instance, I would say maybe Mbumo comes up because Ahmad out of the two keeps the natural width. But in saying that, Mbumo, as I said, if you get him through on goal, he has a sniff at goal, he's usually putting the ball in the back of the net. So I think Carrick will give it 15 minutes, 20 minutes, absolutely maximum to see what we're doing. And then I believe it might be, it could be, I don't think it would be Cunha because I think on that left-hand side, he's more of a natural fit, even though he's not a natural left winger, but he's more of a natural fit than Ahmad and Mbumo. I don't know. It could be Ahmad that comes off. So
Maybe.
All of them have rotated and shared bench a little bit. So you never know who it could be. But if it was me and Mbumo comes off and you bring on Šeško down the middle, for me anyway.
Yeah. I think you're right. I don't think we get an immediate one at half time. We have seen Carrick make changes like in 50th minute or something, like 55 minutes. So he might wait. Yeah. He might leave it like 10 minutes, something along those lines. Depends obviously what happens with the game too. I mean, if Villa score, then maybe he does it right away and sees where it goes from there. It's just a bit. It's better than it has been the last couple of games, but not a lot better. You know what I mean? It's not a performance that makes 0-0 go, hey, it's totally fine. It's more one that you sort of go, especially when Villa haven't been great either. Feels like Villa are there for the taking. I mean, Sky just highlighting here the amount of crosses we put in the box. Actually, let's have a look at what that statistic, at what number specifically that is. Because if I see a team that's like spammed crosses, then I will be like, then what's the fucking point? You know, spam crosses when you've got your 6'5" striker on the pitch, as opposed to your one who how tall is Mbumo? Like 5'10" or something
5'10".
ridiculous. Yeah. You know what I mean? How many crosses does it say here? Is it 40? Shenanigans saying 14. I'll have to believe it. I haven't got enhanced stats in front of me here. But yeah, you know, decent crosses in the box, and then we don't have the striker on to do it, which to me doesn't make a lot of sense. But maybe, like we said, maybe this is really smart by Carrick and co. Right, DJ? What I was talking about earlier on. One thing that first half was very cagey. You know, not super stretched. People are saying boring, which usually means quite, you know, not a lot happened. Maybe in the second half, it opens up a bit more. And maybe that is when a Šeško comes on at a bit more of an open game, can do what he's done when he's come off the bench against some of those other teams. You know, maybe we get that service that we're looking for, hopefully.
I hope so. I think as long as he comes on with time to work, then that's good. And I think Carrick will. I think 55 minutes, 60 minutes at a push. I think we'll see Šeško. Just got to put the ball in the back of the net, and I think that's what needs to be communicated to the team. Just Šeško is going to be introduced. Put the ball in, did I say the net? And put the ball in the ball. Yeah, that too.
Put the ball in the net.
Put the ball in the box. Yeah, put the ball in the box.
That's why you come to United View, folks. Yeah, you come here for the best analysis possible, right? You got, forget Michael Owen. DJ's halftime team talk is put that ball, put it in the net.
Put it in the net, guys. Right, go on. Off you go.
It's got all the magnets on the thing. Just goes, pretend this is the ball here. I want that in there. The net. That's what I want. That's what
What do you think he'll be saying to the team then, Owen? What do you reckon Carrick will be saying to the team?
I don't know. I do wonder sometimes, DJ, what kind of coach he is. Because he comes across as very, calm, very soft-spoken. So I don't know if he's the kind of guy that, at halftime is going to go crazy. I don't think he's that. I think it would just probably be a bit like what we're saying here, which is up it a little bit, but you've got the chances. Keep going. Keep creating. The game will open up. Spaces will open up. Because we have one thing we have seen through Carrick's reign so far is the second halves are much better than the first halves. Second halves, I think it's something like have we got like 2 first half goals under Carrick or something, and like the rest are all second half. So we do tend to play better in the second half. So maybe it might just be that, just keep it going, up it, and for the love of God, like, take care of the ball, pass it to feet. God. And also, when you passing it to feet isn't even enough too. When you're passing it to their feet, don't fizz it into them. You know what I mean? Don't smash it at them.
Euros freaking fizz that ball into Ahmed.
Let's just be smart. Show a bit of composure with the ball. So maybe Steve Holland's more of the guy that's going to go a bit more crazy, and put a rocket up them. Nesta has been a member for 32 months. Says, Owen, time for 11. I do want to start second half. Says, sorry, but I'm feeling sour of my kit. Bloody hell. May need to unsub, save some money and buy my own. I do out. Flex ensures that it's still with customs. So your guess is as good as mine. Yeah. Nesta says, it's my is it your birthday? Well, many happy returns, Nesta. Appreciate the support. And one day, maybe when we win the title, you'll get it. Ban says the chaps need to wake up in the second half. Yes, they do. That's a good team talk alongside DJ's put it in the back of the net. We've got over or close to 1,400 people watching. If you haven't already, click the like button. See if we can get the 1K likes. And be sure to subscribe to United View if you are new, on the road to $250,000. So when it comes to, so we're saying Šeško maybe on the second half, but we're saying it could be 60, 65 minutes. Any other changes? I mean, we've got Mason Mount's back on the bench, Xerxes on the bench.
I think Xerxes, I think maybe all of them could come on at some point. I don't know how far and how fit and how healthy Mount is. He hasn't played a lot of football in recent weeks, but I think definitely Xerxes. I think Xerxes can offer you a little something different, especially in the final third, in terms of, he's someone you can put the ball into and he'll just keep it and he'll bounce it off of him and bounce it back into the midfield. And he's someone that you can kind of play into. Šeško's more of a threat, more aerially. So there's options there. I think we're going to have to change it at some point. I think it's kind of like a boxing match. There's a lot to play for here. Both teams coming a little bit cagey. I think the second half's where the true actual match actually starts. I think this is the actual game now, second half. I think both teams just probably didn't want to concede.
We were just warming up. I didn't count.
We were just warming up. Let me catch my breath. I was warmed up. But I do think both teams, because it is, in a sense, it is a big game. It is a big game. So bit boring, bit of a staring contest first half, but now the true football match is going to start. So their players didn't do too much either. Not really. So we seem to be a little bit more aggressive in that regard. I'm just hoping that we can get Šeško on, man. I think Šeško scores today. I can see it. He scores today, man. He does. Yeah.
Then I'm very happy to the discussion after the game will be, we won, but should Šeško have started? I'll be like, I'll live for it. I would love that because we would have won. And you know what I mean? I would much rather have the debate of we won, should have Šeško have started, rather than we lost, Šeško should have started. Let's talk about that. You know what I mean? So and maybe, like I said, maybe that was part of the game plan. He was always to come on in the second half when the game stretched and opened up. And then it gets into the discussion point of, if you bring someone on, do you get praise or do you get criticised because you didn't start with them? That's the ultimate football debate, isn't it? I'm just seeing Dominic Calvert-Lewin miss a penalty at Selhurst Park for Leeds. Of course, we know yesterday that Chelsea lost. We know that Liverpool play against Spurs. If Liverpool don't win that game, I don't know. Spurs are the worst team I've ever seen in my life. How the fuck did we lose to them in the Europa League final last season? Honestly, I just can't.
It hurts, man. It hurts.
Yeah, I I can't. But as was mentioned here, the one thing I do hope is that if Šeško does come on, keep crossing, right? Do not suddenly start going like we just got rid of all of our crosses in one half. We need to keep those crosses in the box because a couple of them would have been perfect for Šeško. But at the same time, still keep creating. For some reason, we've got into this weird pattern over the last sort of 5 or 6 games where we just sort of overplay. And I don't know if that is because the lack of width. I don't know if that was the not having the wingers or what have you. I'm not sure, but you don't always need to overplay. You know, I mean, can still be 2-3 touch free pass moves. From one box to the other. I don't know why sometimes we need to really overplay it. That's a strange one. Mohit says, Owen was so anti-Amorim. How could he support this shit football? At least under Amorim, we had this intensity. You are a troll, Mohit. At least under Amorim, we had this intensity when we lost. Okay, we lost. We only won 1 game a month, right? Yeah. So I can support this because we're in the league. We're actually in the top 4, right? And this is what this game's all about. This game's all about win, and you get 1 foot in the Champions League, right? It's very definitely not the time for the point scoring for that. There will never be a time to point score for Ruben Amorim. Are you fucking kidding me? Like when and what intensity under Ruben Amorim, right? The horseshoe. We all remember the horseshoe. It's very, very strange. Horseshoe. Like I said, even if we lose today, even if we lose 2 or 3-0, there will never ever be a time where it's a point score. Ruben Amorim was right, because again, like I've said before, the history has been written. The chapter is finished. Ruben Amorim's tenure has a before, a start, and an end. So it means it can be judged perfectly. And the judgment is, his judgment will never change over time. It will never. His record, if anything, will only get worse over time, Ruben Amorim, because other people will come in and be more successful than Ruben Amorim. It's just how it will be, because anyone can. You know what I mean? The record's ridiculously, it's the worst. You know what I mean?
Trash.
It's the worst record ever. So I mean, there will never be a time which will be, I can say, like, I miss Ruben. There will never be a time. I miss going out to Grimsby. I miss losing the Europa League final. I miss losing all the time. There will never be that. It will not. Ever. Ever. We're about to kick off. And Bumo's jogging to the other side now. Not sure what that is. But yes. We're about to kick off at Old Trafford for a second half. Season defining, maybe, DJ?
Come on, United. It could be. It could be. It could be.
Exactly, Nazwi. I miss struggling. I miss the horseshoe. You know what I mean? I miss that.
Go on, Minu. Go on, Cobby.
It's going by the shirt, surely. Oh. There you go.
Oh.
Unlucky.
That reverse tackle. I like that. Yep. On him. Look, Bruno getting on it more. Ooh. Go wide. It's got to go in. It's got to go in. Outside the boot.
Keep it going. Just keep it alive. Keep the pressure on. Well done.
Keep the pressure on, boys. Out the gate. Bruno's on it, man. He's touching. He wants everything.
Good. I'll tell you what. That hit anything? Oof.
Yeah. Keep the ball. Keep it going. Keep it going. Nothing stupid. Lemons punch it straight back out. Too slow. What are we doing?
We are 19 likes away from 700 likes. If you haven't already clicked the like button, see if we can get it to 750 on that road to 1K. Yeah, that's when you know trolling is real. Remember, this is an Aston Villa side that when Michael Carrick came in, we were 11 points behind.
Yeah, true.
And now we're today looking to beat them to go 3 points ahead of them. Love the Ruben days. They're great. Switch out. Oh.
Yeah.
There you go.
Pick up. There you go, Boomer. This is where you want to be. Oh,
one.
Oh, his right foot. His right foot. Right foot, man. It weren't meant for him. Yeah, it weren't meant for him. I think he could have jinked with the left foot, you know. Look.
Just takes a wild swing at it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Getting a bit more composure, maybe.
Ooh.
Pressure. I don't know why Cobby stopped.
Yeah.
He kind of just hesitated for like half a second.
Fucking got out of it, man.
Yeah. Get that.
Oh,
ref, you've killed us. You've killed us.
Killed us, man. That was going through as well.
Yeah.
Cobby looks a little quicker, though, across the ground.
I'd say he's definitely leaned up a bit compared to last season, for sure.
Remember, I got crucified on the last, Remember, I was like, yo, we looked a bit, but nah, DJ, nah. He was bulky before, man. He put on muscle before. Put on a bit too much. Come on, United.
Yeah, and he's going to have a look. Next season, he's going to know he's going to have to compete because hopefully we're signing 2 midfielders.
Yep. 3 at a push.
Yeah.
Go on, Cunha. Take that.
Pass.
Unlucky. Don't foul him. Don't foul him. Don't foul him. Don't foul him.
That's what Maguire does have in his locker, is that sort of cross-field pass. No foul.
Yeah. Don't foul him. Oh, whatever. I got the ball. Let's go.
Not sure that was a foul either.
Come on, Mbumo, man.
Just hold him up there. There you go. Not a foul. It wasn't a foul. Looking for it.
Ref's letting
keep it going.
Ref's letting it go.
Well done.
Let go. Oh, for doing too much, man.
It's just we're playing it in like the most congested, place there, weren't we? We're going to
Ref is letting a lot go, though, isn't he? He's letting a lot go.
We were saying about who's Šeško going to come on for. Bloody hell, Casemiro. Everything's just seconds away from disaster, isn't it?
This is the stuff that pisses me off. Nonsense, bro. Absolute nonsense. No need.
About who like Šeško might be coming on for. Maybe that Ahmad shot, maybe that just solidified it in Carrick's mind.
I still think Ahmad's doing a bit more than Mbumo right now. It's a bit more.
Yeah, I think it's just because Mbumo's through the middle, though. I just think it's such a thankless area.
There you go.
Right, go on, Ahmad.
Lovely.
Corner
okay.
Ball.
I'll have it.
I tell you what, I agree with that, Manchukushna. I think this might be a game for Xerxes. I think if you're gonna be playing in those sort of intricate, congested areas, then you do need that person that's one touch flicks it under pressure. I think you might need that.
You say take both Ahmad and Mbumo off.
That'd be a big call, wouldn't it?
Go a bit more. Maybe narrow, push the wing backs, left back up, right back up. Ooh.
Edge of the box.
Nah, fuck's sake.
The reason why, because I see some in the chat goes, oh, what? Mbumo's moving from critique. I'm not saying that. I'm just, first of all, I think the speed in which people are turning on Mbumo is really alarming. I'm not going to lie. I'll be honest. Yeah, I think it's kind of disgusting. I'm not going to lie. Like this is our top goal scorer this season, and we're shitting on him immediately of a difficult run of games. It's kind of mad. But secondly, I might Cobby.
Flip's sake, man. Well done, Cunha. Let's go.
There you go.
This is where you want Mbumo, though.
Bruno,
This is the space.
This is the space.
Ooh.
Unlucky.
Hit that good, man. Good connection. Well done to Cunha, man. Bang. And do you want to know something, Owen? If Mbumo didn't start, there'd probably be people saying something too. How can you start without your top goal scorer?
Yeah, again, this is the point. I just feel like with your players that have It's what he always does.
I did say
So
Casemiro
that's what he
special
does.
today. I said
What he
it.
does. Casemiro. That's what we
I
keep
did say-
doing. It's what we keep doing. 1-0, Manchester United. And you did feel like it was coming. This is why it was kind of a lot of, just like chill. You know what I mean? Going in on the players, always in on the players. I mean, it's coming, it will come. We ain't that amazing team, but feels like we're... Look at him. 1-0 Manchester United. Exactly what we needed. Exactly what we need. Can point to the badge. He knows. As Gary Neville said, it has been coming. For all of the, a bit of negativity creeping in, this, that, and the other. It has been coming in the first half.
Yep.
Exactly.
Oh,
There's another set piece goal. We are the set piece kings, and we do it properly. None of the Arsenal push the goalkeeper into the back of the net.
Kind of hits him like side of the head, then rolls to the back of the head.
It's a great header. Macbat says, to be fair, Owen Mbeumo has been off. By the way, it's not to say that Mbeumo hasn't been playing badly. I'm not sitting here being like, Mbeumo's been great. But...
Oh, no. Come on,
let's
man.
play out.
Yeah, let's not do this, United. Why are we under the cosh all of a sudden?
Yeah, it's just more so, like I said, I just think we have to be really careful with this. Maybe I'm over-exaggerating. Maybe it's one person. Maybe it's this, that, and the other. All right, cool. Maybe I'm being oversensitive. But it's just the speed in which we sort of drive some of these players into the ground. Bear in mind, the same Šeško we wanted on, people cussing him out earlier on this season. Guys, fucking shit. We've overspent this, that, and the other. We've got to just... You've got to believe in some of them a bit more. You know what I mean? Especially new signings. Deal with this.
Get out, please. No way. Well. Oh my
God,
days! What are we doing?
Keepers.
Fucking. Doing dumb things. What are we doing? Fuck's sake, man.
This is a dangerous position. Bit central.
Bloody hell. Oh, my days. Come on.
Be careful.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
And also, got to react. Watch that player on the left. He's free. Block. Don't let it go out for a corner if you can. It's gone. Oh. Need a second. Still can't trust this team.
Yeah, got to get a second, maybe even a third, man.
And this is when actually again talking about holding a player back. When you now going into a game that's 1-0, game's a bit more stretched. They've got to come out and play. This is when it's useful to have, like I said, a game changer off the bench. Ball in.
Oh my days.
Now, what we
See,
don't want
now
you to just
Villa,
drop
yeah.
off. Yeah.
This is
We
what
just
I
don't want
don't
you to-
like. Let's just carry on playing the game we was playing,
Yeah.
irrespective
That's
of
what we
what they're
gotta do.
doing. Yeah.
Now, interestingly enough, this is when you maybe do look towards maybe like a Mason Mount or someone like that. Go, I'll tell you what, bit of legs in midfield. Or
Yeah.
maybe he even brings on Ugarte for someone like Cobby. Keeps Casemiro on because you've got to keep him on.
Yeah, you
But
have to.
maybe he just goes, you tell you what, I need more bite in the midfield. He can't pass for shit, but at least he can get the ball.
Shut up. Oh, I knew that was going to happen. That isn't. He gets the ball, man.
I don't see a lot bad with it. I'd see it as a collision between two players.
That's
Maybe
what
it's like I said, the sandwich, but
yeah. Leon Bailey.
Yeah, so they're bringing on attacking options, Leon Bailey and Tammy Abraham.
Good players.
Danny Luciano says, unless it's absolutely necessary, we keep that man off. What, Ugarte? Ugarte coming on is not the problem. It's Casemiro coming off. That's the issue. It's not necessarily the Ugarte problem. It's the Casemiro coming off problem. You can't take him off, though. You just can't. He's too influential.
Damn.
There you go.
Come
Set
on,
piece.
Man. No. Oof. Good thing that was a shit header because that was dangerous. Exactly. What Gary Neville's saying. Yeah. It's dangerous. It's twisted in the air.
Mm. To be fair, Ollie Watkins not had a sniff. Not a sniff. Akil with the super chat says, not sure if you're seeing this, but there's some Beto hate in the chat, which I think is ridiculous. It happens every match day. Unfortunately, Cobby's rise to success or rise to prominence at United in England means he is a lightning rod. And the Amorim saga only made that worse. So, like with any Man United player, which we've seen today, and we see it every match day, it's just like a wave of hate until you score. And then sometimes even when you do score, it doesn't matter anyway. It's kind of par for the course, unfortunately.
Ahmed?
60 minutes gone, 1-0 to United. The question is
don't foul him.
When do you
tackle? We'll take that.
Fire. Oh, well done.
Well
Ahmed.
done.
Oh,
and he was being pulled back as well. Yoro kills me.
Yeah, some of his passes can be a bit.
Oh,
the ball, Casemiro. Oh, Delo, what the hell was that? It's a brilliant ball by Casemiro, and I think Dallo's like, I don't know, gets a nosebleed or something like that.
Go on immediately, bro.
Look,
what is
it's his shoulder.
Shoulder.
Oh my god! I got asked twice today where the last person you want in that area is Diogo Dallo. Like 6 yards out from goal or just there with the ball in the air so you can head it. That's why nowadays, your fullback has to be able to do everything. They have to be able to defend. They have to be able to attack. They got to do everything. Because you can be a fullback now and get close to double figures. You know,
Yeah,
this
you can.
season. You
You
can get
can.
chances.
Oh, oh,
Go on, just get another chance. A 1-0 will probably age me considerably.
here they come. Oh no, I don't like this. No way. On, I'm at it.
Ah!
No.
Oh, good save.
Save.
I don't know how he managed to keep hold of the ball.
Ahmad for me. Ugh. You got to bust the gut to not let that go in the box.
Yeah.
Watch this right here, right here. Look, Ahmad, what are you doing? You're jogging.
Yeah, got to get out to him. Get out to him.
For fuck's sake, man. We concede from these positions all the time.
I can't believe Onana.
How are we not learning?
There. Look.
Yeah.
How does he take two players out of the game?
Yeah. Good
That's
save.
when you're saying, and this is what I was saying. I think Carrick might look at like Mount, Ugarte, just get names in the middle of the pitch, basically.
No way.
And ball ref.
Go. Oh, fucking hell. No.
There you go. Now the question is handball earlier on in the build-up.
Yeah.
Because that I think the Mings one, it might hit his hand.
Are they
I'd
even
like
looking
to see
at
it back. Well, that's what the players are saying. It hits his hand. Quite sure it's about. It's about the handball from Mings. They were saying. Let's have a look. There. Who's at the back post, by the way? Because if it's not Barkley, it's going to be Bailey that puts it in.
Sake, man.
I mean, Sky, instead of showing the goal, show the hands again. I want to actually see the hands.
Yeah.
But nearly touches Onana, to be fair. They still haven't shown the hands. I think it hits Onana. I think it comes off his shorts, by the way, as well. Are we going to see any of these controversies, by the way? We're going right, we go.
This ain't.
I think the ball hits him. I think the ball hits him. I think it's offside. I think it does. I think you would look at it and say it. I think it touches him. Maybe it doesn't change direction of the ball. But I would say that there's no way that doesn't somehow touch his shorts. You know what I mean?
What about the handball?
Exactly. Yeah. What have they cleared that handball? Like, what the hell? They're looking to see if there's any flick off Onana.
They're gonna give the goal, man. They'll give the goal. I'll be surprised if they don't.
No conclusive evidence. Did they check the hand? Did they check the hand thing? Or does that a new phase of play? I don't know how that works.
Well, gotta go again. Fucking hell, man.
Did the handball thing? Why aren't they checking that?
I'm so confused. I don't know why, but all right, well.
They just. So we're just not going to do the handball thing. We never got to see it. I mean, let alone did they check it. We never got to see a replay. What the fuck? It just never got brought back. Oh, not even like, I would just be glad if they addressed it of like, well, yes, it was, but there's a phase of play things happened here, but oh my God, so they're just not going to talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Susko's warming up.
I just can't believe they're not even talking about it on comms or anything like that.
That's straight. Yeah, it's strange.
They're not even
strange. Cass, man. Fuck's sake, man. No, man. Fucking Casemiro, man.
Kick. I mean, look, we got to move on because the game's moving on, but
yeah,
I just can't believe that just basically all we got was one Gary Neville. Oh, that might have hit the hand. That's it. That's all. That's literally the start and end of it. The start and end of that whole discussion.
Unless VAR saw it, I'm just like, nah, we're not even going to check that.
Yeah. I don't know.
Unless they saw it. Yeah. That's that Bruno shit we're talking about. Villa aren't great. They're not great.
On.
Boomer's on it.
No, I checked on social media to see if we missed anything, but I didn't see anything. So, yeah. Yeah, very strange. Very strange. I was just trying to check. Maybe they said it and we didn't hear it, but I didn't see anything about it. Ian White says they're not talking about it because it was never close to being an issue. Well, it was in the build up to the goal. Of course, it's an important issue. All right, Cunha, ball in.
Oof.
Why am I gone off?
Oh, for fuck.
There you go. Get that.
Well done, Bruno.
Go on.
Yeah, we'll take that. Oh, my days. Okay. How did he get away? Oh, my days. You don't want this. Oh, you don't want Bailey here with Maguire. Go. Let's go.
Right, go.
Basketball match, Owen, just like we said. Yeah. We did say this.
Great pass. Cunha.
Oh.
Yeah. Yes. Bruno Fernandes. Why would people slander Bruno, man? Why? How can people slander Bruno Fernandes? Mateus Cunha with the goal. This pass from Bruno Fernandes is outrageous. He is unbelievable. How can people want him gone? I don't understand, DJ. This is absolute brilliant goal by Manchester United. Mateus Cunha, Bruno Fernandes with the pass. Cunha with a brilliant finish. Holy shit. Bruno Fernandes. Another Bruno assist.
Another one.
Look at this, by the way. Look, just... Casemiro carries it. Bruno, look. Oh. Great. He's still got a lot to do, Mateus Cunha, by the way, as well. Still got a lot to do. So brilliant. It's a brilliant finish from Cunha. But look at that. And by the way, before Bruno's even got the ball, he knows what he's going to do. He knows, look, because it's the first time just hits it. Oh my goodness me. What a player. And a brilliant finish by Mateus Cunha as well. Brilliant
best number
goal.
10. Best number 10 in world football.
Absolutely sensational.
Best number 10 in world football. Not asked what anyone thinks, man.
As JDK says there with the super chat, you're bang on. We need to spend big to replace Casemiro and Bruno. I mean, talk about influence. Talk about influence on the game. Casemiro and Bruno, that is influence. Holy shit. Akil says, not sure. Oh, no, I read that one. Manchukushner says, 5 more assists to beat the Omri record. But he's doing it. He's doing it. He's getting like 2 a game at this rate.
What's he on now? He's on 13, 14 or something like that?
16.
More than that.
16.
That 20 is looking doable.
Insane. He's going to do it. He's going to do it. We've got like 8 games left. And whenever we score, Bruno's involved in it. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So, well done, United. Let's go.
Mac Matt says, only idiots hate on the Portuguese Magnifico. Who exactly, Mac Matt? I mean, who would buy him? Who's even going in for him? Well, what was the thing a couple of weeks ago? You were on holiday. This would happen, DJ. When he was getting the assists, I can't remember what game it was. It was, no, they're only crosses and pass. They're not really, it's not really, it's just a pass. It's just a cross. It's kind of what he's meant to do. It's just a pass. He's only passed the ball. Couldn't you only put the ball in the back of the net? It's kind of what he's meant to do, really. So won't give him too much credit. I'll tell you what, Carrick, there you go. I was going to say, how long are you going to wait for Sheshko to come on?
And Bruno's going to find him again. I'm telling you, Sesko, goal, man.
And now, this is when you start going, isn't it? You're 2-1 up. That's perfect time to bring on Sheshko, isn't it? Much rather be bringing him on when you're winning, as opposed to when you're losing or chasing the game.
Keep some more misery. Heap some more misery on them.
Don't do what you did last time, United, where you got the goal and then quite quickly conceded. And I will go back to it as well. Why still we got never any explanation about if that was a handball? I still don't understand.
Exactly.
Even if it was some acknowledgement or a replay of, no, actually, it was never a thing, cool. But they just never spoke about it.
They never spoke of it. They just let it go.
Buendia's down. And Boomer's coming off. There you go, guys. Some people got what they wanted. Red Baron says, I genuinely love Owen's back and forth with the chat. It's funny, Red Baron, because you can never please everyone, unfortunately, because if you only read out super chats, then people will say, oh, you only read out super chats. If you read out the chat, it will be don't read from the chat. What I will do, and no one can tell me to stop doing this, is if people are talking shit, and I think shit, I'm going to say that's bullshit. Like I said.
They're having it. I like to see this. I like to see. Well done, Mbumo. Not your best game, but
yes, I do like Wood. I will keep the receipts.
Lovely.
Because, go on.
Oh, I thought he was going to hit it, Go on, fight, boys. Keep fighting, man. That's a foul, Bruno. Yeah. We're not out of the woods yet, boys. We're not out of the woods yet. There's still a lot of football to play.
I do keep the receipts, and the reason why I keep the receipts is because I notice the chat. Yeah, I notice the chat, and I notice people say stuff, and then during a match, maybe stuff they wouldn't say out of the match. And I'll go, I remember that. I remember that. That's 16 assists, most assists ever in a Premier League season for Man United.
Wow,
well, more than Beckham.
Nani had 14.
Nice, some very good players. He is beating with that number. Look at him!
2 assists. He's getting 2 a game. I love that.
Bruno Fernandes. Ian White says the exact same goes for the chat. When people on the panel are talking shit, i.e. pretty set plays, they need called out too. Because I said we only score pretty set plays. We do. We don't score the Arsenal set plays, do we? Look at the ones we scored today.
Horrendous football from Arsenal. That horrendous, horrible.
Or the Everton
horrible.
ones.
I think Cass is on the yellow, right?
He is. I wouldn't take him off though.
Yeah, I'm not, but you just got to be careful, man. You just hope that he can be. Yeah,
he's an experienced guy. But what we can't do is just sit back and be like we've won it now. And
we got to carry on. We got
to keep playing.
We got to play like it's 0-0. We still got to play like it's 0-0.
I mean, think about it, DJ. How mad is it? Like someone has to break the record for the most assists Man United have ever had from a player in the middle of a Premier League season, and we have to be like, "Oh, Bruno might actually be good," you know. Honestly, how mad is the disrespect on him? It's insane.
It's crazy disrespect. It's crazy disrespect because I've seen United fans respect players that have given far less than what Bruno's done, and just mind-boggling to me. If you don't like Bruno as a person, even though you don't know him, cool, whatever. But to hate on what he's putting up, the numbers he's putting up, the performances he does when he plays well, numbers are undeniable. They're undeniable. They're there in black and white. And I'm the first to tell you, Bruno pisses me off. He's done some stuff in this game that has pissed me off. But outside of that, he's performed as any top player you want for your club to get the numbers on the board, provide assists and goals, and that's what he does. He lives and breathes it every season.
It's insane. I just how, like I said, this guy's put numbers down all the time. And look, like we pointed that out before the game, he can still have the games against Newcastle where you go look at him, you go, look, you're involved in 2 of the goals against us. But I would never, because of those things, I would never not want him in my team. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would never not want him in my team. He's too influential.
Lovely, Cass. Oh, lovely. That's Fernandes.
Yeah, Bruno.
Should be ours.
There you go, Cunha.
Go on. Get in the box, danger area.
What?
Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gone.
Deflection is in. 3-1. Hey, DJ. The game plan worked. The game plan worked. Game plan worked.
It did.
Wait to bring him on. Game opens up. 3-1. Game over.
It did.
Michael Carrick, you've done it. The game plan worked. Game plan worked. Game over. 3-1. 1 foot in the Champions League. Thank you very much, Benjamin Šeško.
Off the bench again. I said he'll score today. I said Casemiro masterclass header. I said Sesko will get on and score. Another Bruno Fernandes. 2 assists from him. Cunha again, man. Causing problems.
Cunha again. Can't play out wide, by the way. And there you go. Got to be careful. I was worried for a second I was going to be offside.
Yeah.
But I think he'll be fine.
The turn. Bang.
Yeah. Deflection.
They've given it to Sesko though, innit? Because
I think it's on target. Yeah.
Did it? It didn't hit Dallo, did it? They're giving a goal already.
3-1. Game over.
I think he'll get another.
Like a little bit like a Carrick celebration. And once again, like I said, we now get into the debate, which will be the debate after game. A debate, like I said, I'm happy to have. Win, and then you go, should you have started Šeško or should you have brought him on? I still go into the thing of, I think the game plan's worked, to be honest. I don't know if you can argue against it. So we're going to have this discussion, I think, again about result and performance, isn't it? That's what it's going to be. But still, there's still time, DJ. We know this Man United side, don't we? So
Sure, man. You did you did the hard work there, man. Still got to play though. Still need to shore up things.
Yeah.
We've seen crazy things happen in the Premier League going.
Absolutely.
I just don't want these players getting casual. Please no. Please no. It's a ball. Yep, well done. Ahmad, put a bit of pressure. Go on. Go on, Ahmad. Go on, Ahmad. Keep going. Well done, Ahmad. Well done. Who's helping him? No. Well done.
I'm going to put a poll in the chat. Did the game plan work? I will put either yes. I will put in Šeško. Šeško should have started. No. Šeško should have started. And then I'm going to put a third, which is a bit of both. Should have started, and a bit of both.
Don't foul him. Oh, whatever. He's.
United Love says, all I'm going to say, Owen, is, do you want the 250 in a super or direct transfer? Well, let's wait, United Love. Yeah, let's wait. Let's wait. I admire your commitment to it as well.
Well done, Cobby. Lovely. Oh, he's gone again.
There you go.
He's on. He's on.
Get a second. I went to pass. Holy shit.
Let's go. Oh. What was that?
Oh.
I'm thinking, mate, go to goal.
Yeah.
Go to goal. Yeah.
The pass is harder, to be honest. The pass is harder. It's pretty much, to be honest, it's pretty much the same position that Cunha was in. It's pretty much that same area.
You just get across, man. Get across your man and get central, lad. And if those you don't know, if you've seen some of Šeško's goals in the other league, man, he can hit them.
Quick, Šeško, you fucking mid. Get him off the team. He's not good enough. Look at him. He should be gone. You're just as bad as Mbumo. You silly sausage. What do you bring to the team? Send him back to Slovenia and all this kind of shit. That's how it works, isn't it? Usually, right? Magic Kushner says, time for a debate. You are a movie director. You need to cast a vampire. Tuchel or Emery. One looks like SpongeBob Nosferatu. The other looks like you'd have to go with out of those two. You'd have to go with Unai. Unai, very vampirish.
Oh, I'm at my first United game. That little lad. Well done. All right, Bruno, you can't leave. You can't leave.
No.
You can't, man. You can't. I know we're revising our wage bill and wage structure and stuff like that, but if there's a player you're gonna kind of break it for a little bit, it's Bruno, man. Has to be.
Bruno's thinking about the assist there. He's gonna come out another assist, man.
Yeah. He's coordinating a pattern immediately. Yeah. Come on, United, mate.
Poll in the chat. We've got over 200 votes. Did the game plan work? 70% says yes. 9% says no, Šeško should have started. 21% says a bit of both. Well, I tell you what is quite interesting with that. Then it just very much is the vocal minority.
Owen, do you remember there was the Šeško naysayers? Do you remember the Šeško naysayers? I was battling them. Where are they now? Please.
They've moved on. It's Mbumo now.
He's not the one, DJ. Šeško's not it, DJ. Come on, DJ. Come on.
Just move on to someone else.
Come on, Dallo. Go on, let's go.
I think you're right, Compost Smurf. I think you're right. Ahmad.
Oh, Ahmad, sure. You're criminal. Ahmad, you're criminal for that. You are criminal for that.
I tell you what, if Villa score, we've had 2 like proper chances for this to be like a 4-1
Playing
game.
casual again. Playing casual again,
we
Owen.
need to
Casual.
Because again, we've got some very big scars, haven't we, Man United? You know what I mean? We've got some very big scars. So even a 3-1 win, we're a bit like, well.
Just we do dumb shit like that. Like proper basic stuff. Like
Villa corner, got to deal with this.
Oh, unlucky.
Going to be another corner. And once again, Carrick learned his lesson. He ain't taking off Casemiro. You don't. You don't take him off.
We're not playing for a while, so you're staying on, mate.
Yeah, you're staying on. We don't take you off.
Oh,
wake up,
Quarter's
wake up.
Quarter's a bit short.
Well done.
Hey.
Broken elevator pitches. Earn Papa Lemon Sweet for 4th goal. Well, I did say I was going to do one in the second half, which I didn't actually. So I've got them in. You're a fucking eyeball. Oh. My eyes hurt. We're down to 30. The day that I'd have to have the last one of these fucking things.
What a pass. What a pass. Oh, is it? Go on. Is that Kobe? Kind of stop putting the ball in the back of the box, ain't we? We ain't put the ball in the box.
Oh shit!
You could take him off here, yeah.
Cass, I swear to God, Carrick, if they score, record. Alan Casemiro. Actually, this is the other part. Where was that person earlier on saying at least with Amarin we had intensity?
Yeah, where they at?
Where was that?
Where they at? Where they at?
Yeah, where are they again? I was so anti-Amarim that I had to keep some kind of weird agenda going about how we needed to lose games all the time. No, we don't.
Ooh. Flipping. Oh,
8 minutes.
Wait, what? How?
8 minutes.
Sesko, on your bike, lad. Lovely. I don't want these 8 minutes to be basketball.
No, I tell you what, I'd love to ask Michael Carrick, if you knew that it was going to be 8 minutes, would you have brought on Ugarte? Because I'm not sure he would have.
Yes, I don't think he would have,
I don't think he would have either. I think he would have.
Oh,
Ugarte! Oh, and nearly an assist for Bruno. Yeah, I think if Carrick knew it was 8 minutes, he'd gone, Cash, you can probably actually stay on, you know.
Yeah, you can stay on for 8 minutes, man.
You could stay on for 8 minutes.
Oh, Dallo, mate. Stupid.
I mean, realistically, why 8 minutes? I mean, I get the VAR thing of their goal, but that's not 8 minutes.
8 minutes?
What else was there?
Cunha was down.
Yeah, I can't think of where they would have got that from.
It's a bit mental.
I'd have got like 5 or 6, you know, something like that. But, jeez.
Yeah, 8 minutes is a bit mad.
Goals, maybe.
Ooh. Don't do that, Cunha. Oh, just
He's
go.
had a good
there you
half,
go.
Cunha. He's had a good second half.
Man on.
They're trying to claim a pen. I tell you what, if Ugarte gave away a fucking pen.
Oh, my days. Go on, Ugarte. Go on. Motor out. Yep. Sesko's on. Go, Bruno.
Poor touch. Oh, no, still got it.
Sesko, man, you need to be a bit more cold, man. He needs to be a bit. I wanted to get so many goals, man. He's a
you a
good
Shesko hater now. You a Shesko now hater.
I can never hate on my boy, man. From when he came, I said, Sesko, he's gonna be good. And all the naysayers, I remember looking at the chat, all of you in there, shameless.
I remember getting
Sesko
ain't it. Well.
Yeah, Sesko ain't it, DJ. I'm telling you, he's not it.
And ironically enough, it's the same pushback that I'm getting for the Mbumo stuff now, going, what? So Sheshko's immune from criticism. It's not even that they're immune from criticism. It's more just you gotta like think of the context sometimes of it, of going like, so at the time, Sheshko had been there for like 3 months, hadn't been around that long, hadn't had a full preseason. You just got just give him a bit of time. The same with like the Mbumo one now. You go, he's had a really good season for United. He's been a bit out of form at the moment. Yeah. It's gonna be fine. Yeah. Like it'll be fine.
Mbumo's gonna be good, man. He's a good player.
And it was the same with Sheshko earlier on this season, where it was like, just give him some time, it'll come. The injury thing was ridiculous. Remember that? He faked it. that's how toxic we can be.
Marcel, mate.
He faked it. And to be fair to Marcel, it wasn't even just Marcel. I remember a lot of at the time of he screwed us over in that game. He should have stayed on because we went down to 10 men. He cost us it against Spurs. Blah, blah, blah. And it was like, what the fuck?
I remember Marcel in the group chat as soon as Sesko went out there. Carrick's telling him to calm down. Relax, play. I said relax and play. Oh, see, overplaying sometimes, man. Well done, Ahmad. Well done.
Here's Cunha. And remember as well with Šeško, that was an injury he should have played on. He was out for like a couple of months, wasn't he?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Daniel Luciano says, chill on you. Chill on saying,
oh, lovely play.
Ahmad
is absolutely savage for that because Sesko was calling for it. The pass was on. I'd have flipping gone mad at him, man.
Daniel Luciano says, chill on saying all you when it comes to us in the chat. Hey, all I will say is, because obviously it's not all of you, but I'll call it out because do not think just because people are in the chat, then they get anonymity. Yeah, because they do not.
Thing is, it's the same names I see talking every other week. You know what I mean? So there's one of you guys in there.
I remember. Like I said, you mentioned the Šeško stuff earlier this season. I remember it.
Yep.
I remember the when Amrin was gone. Of you'll be sorry for this. You know, where's your back four? Where's your Cobby now? I hope you're happy. Well, it looks like we might be in the Champions League next season. I'm fucking thrilled. And then when you get into this territory, DJ, this is the maddest part. Wow, as well. So you go, see, like it wasn't that bad as you were making out to be at the time. Then that turns into, well, this isn't the time to point score.
Ooh. Remember someone saying Morgan Rogers could probably replace Bruno in the 10.
Well, look, the thing is with that, he might end up replacing him. You know what I mean? But it's clear to see, isn't it, with the Bruno and Casemiro's thing for next season is their influence. You know, because Cass is going, their influence we are going to miss. And we won't be able to replace that. It's just about, can we replace him with someone that can do stuff that he maybe can't do? You know, do we get something different from that? And who's going to step up in his absence? Someone's got to.
I think Euros had a good game today. Just as a side mention, I think he's had a good game.
Last minute to go.
Gary Neville.
Exactly,
Yeah.
Siggy. Exactly. I'll be around. Don't worry. The drafts are bulging when it comes to Man United stuff over the last few months. I'll tell you.
No way. Oh my days. Go. 10 seconds. Cunha. Well done.
And there you go. That is full time. Manchester United take a massive step to securing Champions League football. Of course, Michael Carrick still yet to lose at Old Trafford as Manchester United manager. And look, a Champions League 6-pointer that we went into today going, we had to win, we have to win, we have to win. And we did just that. 3-1. You know, it probably doesn't tell the entire story of the game. You should look at that and say it was relatively comfortable. But I suppose in totality, DJ, it probably was really, wasn't it? I mean, bar the time where they bring it back to 1-1, we'd entirely deserved to win that one. Entirely deserved to win that game, create the more chances, played the better stuff. Can't ask for much more, can we?
I think we called the script, and I think we called the script early on. I think you said, Villa are going to have their moments, and there's going to be moments where United are going to be running back to goal. And did we see that? Yeah, we did. We did see that. But I think United, in terms of the defense today, was a lot better than what it's been. And we managed to do the business at the other end of the pitch. And I think Bruno, again, he just comes up trumps. I think you said at halftime, just before halftime, you said United, they're better in the second half. We saw evidence of that yet again. And the message to teams, like, don't let United get to the second half, because in the second half, they come out a completely different team. The intensity was up. We was on them from minute one of the second half. And honestly, the whole script went well today, is what we said. Sesko comes on, gets his goal. Bruno with 2 assists. Casemiro with a Casemiro special. Is the regular header that he likes to do. And again, I think it became more comfortable as the game went on. Definitely became more comfortable as the game went on. I don't think Villa were that great in certain things. They didn't, like, Lammers didn't really have much to do early on either, really. Villa didn't really threaten. So a good win, justified win. Was it perfect for 90 minutes? No, but it was perfect for a lot of the 90 minutes, to be fair. Not perfect, but it was really good for a lot of the 90 minutes. And remember, we were speaking on the red carpet, and is Carrick the one? Is it? Nah, Carrick, I don't know. Where is that talk now? I said win. All of that talk disappears. Oh, can't hear you, Owen.
It doesn't really go anywhere, does it? This was kind of the point that we were making with the whole every game is the decision about Michael Carrick getting the job or not getting the job. It's silly, isn't it? Because it was a dangerous game for him in the sense that if we lost today, it probably would have ruled him out getting it. Yeah. Us winning doesn't get him it either. You know what I mean? So it was kind of like a lose-lose situation for him. Yeah. But we deserved that win. We were the better team. Someone mentions it with the super chat here from Terence. Says, very good win and a cushion with a top 4 spot. Exactly. 6 points ahead of Chelsea now, 3 points ahead of Villa, which is massive. The Villa goal should have been chalked off, in my opinion. Dittmings handed the ball in the build-up. Well, this is what I was saying at the time. Got told to kind of move on very quickly, but it never got addressed. That was the problem. Either we got no replay of it. We got no confirmation of, like, was it even a thing? I don't know. It just never got brought up again. And I would still contend, by the way, that whilst the VAR can probably say, look, there's no definitive way we can say it absolutely touches Onana, that's why we have to give it. But I think by logic, you would probably say it probably does touch the shorts there, doesn't it? You know what I mean? It probably does. But we react. We go up the other end and score. I will go with the mindset of that the game plan, I think, worked by Carrick. So you can have the debate about Mbumo shouldn't have started, Šeško should have started. I mentioned it several weeks ago, Sheshko. If anything, it probably is going to be working against him, the fact that he keeps coming on and scoring, because
Keep scoring.
because a role then starts carving out for you, doesn't it? Of going, you're being saved
super sub,
for the
innit?
last 20 minutes because that's when the game opens up, because that's part of the plan. The plan is from the beginning of the game, both teams are fresh and they're ready and they're focused. As the game goes on, people get tired, it opens up. We'll bring you on, then you'll score goals. It's almost working too well for him in a way, you know. So he might not start the next game either, because it is working too well for him. We'll see how the next 3 weeks go. Oh, we'll see how the game goes against Bournemouth first. With Bruno, holy fucking shit! Like, the guy's numbers are insane. You know, absolutely insane. I will never understand. I say understand. I get the criticism, because we see it in games where he does make silly decisions, and like against Newcastle, where you're going, "Come on, captain, can't cost your team 2 goals against 10 men. We need some more of that." But at the same time, like, you know what I mean? He's always involved, always involved. He's going to break that record as well, because he's going to. And the reason he's going to break that record is because usually, not all the time, but we saw it in the build up to the game. Do I still have the screen grab? I do. Look, like, generally, if we score or we win, he's generally involved, you know, pretty much every game. So he's going to break that record. We've got, 8 games left? So chances are, how many do you need to break the record now? Is it 4?
Is it 4? Yeah, 4. He's getting 2 a game.
Yeah. By just logic, 8 games, he'll probably break that record, which is insane. Absolutely insane. So huge credit to him for that. I thought Cunha as well. Second half looked a lot better.
Second half Cunha was much better than first half Cunha, definitely. Yeah.
First half was a bit, and we could probably say that about everyone. 5 to break, 4 to equal. He's going to beat it. He's going to beat that record. He just is. It's just numbers. It's ridiculous. And then and then probably you'd look at out of those sort of front 4 who didn't play the best, it would probably be Ahmad and Mbeumo. I wouldn't be shocked if Ahmad maybe drops to the bench next game, or if Carrick once again goes, "This is why I did this in my first few games with Sheshko on the bench, just because it works." You know what I mean? It just works. Defensively, I thought Maguire and Yoro actually did really well today.
They did.
Lenny's looking up game by game, bit more confident, bit more reassured. Maguire, I think Maguire's been really, really good, you know. And we need an experienced centre back, because we don't have any. They're all injured at the moment. So and then when it goes to Casemiro, it's still the right decision for him to leave at the end of the season. Don't get me wrong. 350, 40K a week, whatever it is too much. But his influence and importance on the team, on the game, obviously the goals that he's scoring, I don't even think it's a debate about are we going to be able to replace that next season? Because the answer is probably no. We're not going to be able to replace that. But it's going to be, but who you replace him with, what do you get instead? You know what I mean? What do you get instead of what Casemiro can't do at the moment? And still, like you said, we need more options in that middle of the park. Absolutely. But look, what did we say going into today's game? At least I did anyway. I don't really care that much about the performance. I just want to win. I got that. I look at the table. I'm happy with that. In terms of performance, like you said earlier on, was it a perfect 10 out of 10? No, but this is the other thing we need to wake up to. It's never going to be. We're not that. We are not 10 out of 10, dominate the game, destroy it from minute 1, smash them. We're this, what we saw today. We're sometimes Gattuso, sometimes good, sometimes shit. You know, more often than not, because of the players we got, it should be good enough to beat most teams in the league, which is what we kind of got here.
I wouldn't even say 8 out of 10.
And I said that weeks ago, by the way. After those Arsenal City games, I mentioned weeks ago, I said, this is going to be us for the rest of the season. These kind of performances where you go, it was good. Some days are better than others. But all right, okay. But it'll be enough. It'll be enough. This will be enough to get us over the line in the Champions League. That's what it will be. And also options are kind of limited too, aren't they? You know, we got injuries. We ain't got a transfer window. It's what it is. And Carrick is getting the best out of what he's got. You know, I can't argue against that.
Yeah, definitely think this is probably like a 6.5, 7 out of 10 type of performance, because I see everyone kind of putting numbers and ratings. But I think our players came alive when they needed to. You know, Cunha. I think what's really good about our front players is that 2 might be having a bad game, but then, and I include Bruno in that, so 5. I'd say 2 might be having a bad game, but the other 3 will pop up and score. And that can rotate every other week. But the constant in that is Bruno. Bruno is the constant. Even though he's having a bad game, he will provide. And then it's about Sesko, Ahmad, and Bumo, or Cunha, who's going to be on form. And I think today, man, honestly, it wasn't a perfect game of football, as we've just been saying, but I definitely think it was a decent performance, especially the second half. Decent performance. It was a game of chess first half. It felt like a bit like a cup final, 2 teams a bit cagey, with not really trying to, feeling each other out within the first half. And then second half, we was just on them immediately from the kickoff. So look, that's down to Carrick and his coaching team. I think they did exactly what they needed to do. I think Sesko came on the right time, gets his goal, his confidence is up, he looks sharp. It's about, and now I think we're going to have this gap in terms of games. I think it's about, let's see if we can get the Dorgus back. Let's see if we can get Martinez back, because we're going to be finishing strong towards the end of the season. Oh, can't hear you again. Muted.
People have mentioned it in the chat, and it's true. That you've got to look at where we've come from. I mean, we played a team today that when Michael Carrick came in 3 months ago, we were 11 points. Was it 11 points behind them? Right. Today we've gone 3 points clear into third position.
That's crazy.
And obviously, you can put that down to, Villa, they've dropped off a bit. All right, fine, but you still got to make up that gap. You still have to make it
an
up.
Excuse, isn't it? There's always going to be an excuse.
It's always,
yeah.
But to bridge that gap, an 11-point swing, and then add 3 points on top of it at this stage of the season, that's remarkable.
Phenomenal. That's phenomenal.
That is phenomenal. In terms of, like, if you were in any, this is where football is such a crazy job, because if you were in any other job and you went for like a review at the end of your season or whatever, the end of your time there, and you went, so what have you done on paper? Let's look at these numbers here. And you'd be like, well, when I started here, I was 11 points off these. I turned that around and we're actually going quite far ahead of them now. You'd be like, fucking hell. Oh my God. Your numbers here are really pretty impressive. Like, oh my goodness. Now, yes, we can get more into the weeds with the performance, the passing on the eye. Some points might be boring, but that table on Sky is just in front of me now. I look at us on 54 points with a plus 13 goal difference, by the way, plus 13.
Haven't seen that in a while.
A 14-point swing from where we were in January. That's a remarkable turnaround. Any way you want to look at it, any way you want to spin it or slice it, about whether it's deserved, whether it was meant to happen that way, whether it's luck, whether it's the players are criminals, this, that, and the other, whatever. It's a remarkable turnaround. Yeah. And everyone involved in that deserves huge amounts of credit, where it's Carrick, his backroom staff, the players, which I know we don't like the players and what have you, but my goodness me, it is. And the more he wins, Michael Carrick, the more difficult it gets for whoever replaces him, because you want to talk about standards. Wow. They have been set very, very high in terms of, Michael Carrick was under pressure because he lost a game. And that's being the Man United head coach. You lose one game in like 3 or 4 months, and I don't think you're really right for this job. That is the level of pressure.
Do you remember the meltdown? Do you remember the meltdown?
Pressure. Wow.
We covered that game, obviously, and then we saw the meltdown afterwards, and then we spoke again about it on the red carpet, where we was basically saying, look, it's literally just one game. Look, and some of you guys in the community, I won't say names, I'm not gonna lie, I can't even remember, but some of you in there were saying, Carrick ain't it now, what's going on? This, and I said, I quote, we win today's game, all of that noise will shut up for a bit. It will, because now it's about
a couple of hours.
Yeah. And then and then obviously you have to have a good performance kind of that goes alongside it. I said, if we do beat Villa and we beat them convincingly, beat them well, people are gonna chill out a little bit. I don't see anyone saying Carrick ain't the guy. No one's saying it in the chat today. The whole game, no one's saying that. Right. And that's how quick football can change.
I mean, as Chris says here, say KG, because KG was on Get Unai. But this is also why giving the Carrick the Man United job off one game is silly, and also ruling Unai Emery out of the Man United job based off today's game is ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a game, and this was kind of Flex's point with that. Even if we hadn't got the result today, if you still win your remaining games, you can still be fine. You know what I mean? It can still be fine. yeah, when it comes to Carrick, I mean, you can dress it up as luck, or it's just Ole Gunnar Solskjaer stuff again. But eventually, once you win so many games, which is what's happening here, eventually you have to start. If Carrick's getting lucky here, he should do the lottery, because to get this level of luck every single week for months on end, you don't do it by luck. You can't get that lucky all the time. You know what I mean? There has to be some kind of substance behind it. It's not just blind throwing stuff at the wall and hoping something sticks. There is some method there, whether it's always good or always bad. There has to be something. You know what I mean? And today, Man United were the better side. Man United looked like they had more of an idea than Aston Villa did for a team that's well coached and what have you. You know, so they deserve huge amounts of credit, and the players deserve credit as well, because we wanted them to react. How can you react? Of all of the talk about Michael Carrick reacting, can the players react to that setback against Newcastle? When they did. Maybe it wasn't of the level of, like I said, the Arsenal or the City one, but it didn't need to be, and two, I'm not sure if it was going to be. You know, we had better and more players available at that point. You know, so, and the result was the most important thing. And we got that. So that's huge today. And as far as Carrick and his claim to the job in the future, all he can do is what he is doing right now. You keep winning, you make yourself undeniable. You know, and even the naysayers that will still, you know, complain even after today, just go, well, fuck it, we're winning. Look at the table. The fact that now the answer to every argument, I think at the moment, can be just look at the table. Just look at the table. That speaks volumes. You know. If you want to somehow, like we had at halftime, someone will pop their head in and do the whole weird Amorim thing. You just got to let's look at the table. Look at the table where we're at. Plus 13 goal difference. We're 3 points ahead of the team we just played. We're 6 points off the team that's in fifth. You know what I mean? Yep. We're right in that. We're not even in the discussion of, I tell you what, it's going to be tight. We're pulling away from it, which is where we want to be. Yeah. We've got a team of who we call criminals, and we've got space now to slip up if indeed we slip up. That is worth its weight in gold. You know what I mean? Yeah, realistically,
especially in this league at the moment.
If we're how many points ahead are we now? And if we say that, obviously it depends on what happens with. I know, Asher. It depends what happens with Liverpool later on. But how many games are there left now for us? There are 8 games left, and we have a 6 point swing on fifth. I mean, it might be actually less than that. It might be like a 3 point swing, depending if Liverpool win. But you're really then saying, right, you need to win. You know, if you win sort of out of the 8 games, how many do we need to win to properly secure top 4? Not even like mathematically. I mean, just like logically. Probably if we win about half of them and a couple of draws, that's enough. So you're only really talking about sort of 4 or 5 more wins. 4 or 5 more wins. Exactly, Asher. I know it's nervy. 4 or 5 more wins, and then you can get into the Champions League. This is something I could not have said like 6 months ago. Holy shit. Like, oh my God. You know,
I think the turnaround, Carrick's turnaround and what he's able to do is honestly revitalized us. And, you know, I think he set such a higher standard that now if we slip a little bit below that, you know, there's turmoil. We go mad. We you know, some of us write it off immediately, like, oh, I knew this was going to happen. And that's a trauma response. It's like, we're waiting for the trauma to hit us so we can say, I knew that was going to happen. I knew Carrick wasn't the one, or I knew this was. But end of the day, 3-1 today. I think we've done exactly what we needed to do. It was all to play for today. We're in third, 13 goal difference. Honestly, it looks good. It feels good, Owen. And we've got a bit of a break now, which is a bit annoying because it's going to throw off some rhythm, I guess. So if we do come back and we're a bit rusty and we're a bit cold, then, you know, that you pull it on that. We don't really play often anyway. So
I don't get it. It goes back to when we find things to complain about, isn't it? Because last year it was, no, this will be good, playing 1 game a week. And actually, look, you look at us in the table, it has been good, hasn't it? You know what I mean? We're third. You know what I mean? We're highest in the league we've been for quite a few years. So we're like, actually, it has worked out. But at the same time, when, like you say, we'll have like weeks between games, we're like, we actually need 3 game, you know, a game every 3 days. We need that, you know what I mean? We need it. So I like OGFPL says here, I think that's the best way to put it. When your home games between now and the end of the season, you're in the Champions League. That's it. Michael Carrick still yet to lose at Old Trafford. I feel there's a level of comfort for home games that I didn't have last season. I used to go into home games last season and be like, who knows? We're terrible at home. Recently, it's been more, no, we're at home. We'll beat them. Away from home, I'm still a little bit like, oof, I don't know. Away from home. But that playing at home at Old Trafford, I look at that and I go, yeah, all right. Beat them at home. We can get the job done. So it's exciting.
We've got Bournemouth haven't we? We've got Bournemouth
on Friday. On a Friday. As well. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's strange.
Where am I at with supers? Got loads. There you go. David T says Amram had Bruno receiving balls from the centre backs and still might break the seasonal assist record. We beg Casemiro to stay, but Bruno needs to. It's crazy. He's got that assist. Oh, he might get that assist record and hasn't even been playing in his proper position for half the season. Red Baron says Casemiro's kids are brain rotting him with a 6'7". Rhea says, tell your dad to sell the Ahmad shirt. He did get an Ahmad shirt. I do remember that one. Yeah. What year was that? Was it this year? Yeah, it was this year. I apologize, guys. He got a Cunha one, though. That hasn't been too bad, So maybe it's not the worst thing in the world. What else we got? Red Baron says, what other things do you say at parties, DJ? He needs more material, KG. Off the record. He needs more KG material.
What else do I say? I say that McTominay was like Steven Gerrard.
Wow, yeah. And next thing you know, he's getting nominated for Ballon d'Or. It took a while, DJ, but you got there. You took a while on that one. And I was watching a streamer the other day and they said something. It's very true, right? And for anyone that's in the chat about you want to get into streaming or YouTube, this is the good thing, yeah? I've learned this. Look at that counter in the top left corner. Sometimes as a content creator or a streamer, you got to take L's, yeah? No one takes constant W's. You got to take some L's. And you just got to take it and you got to move on, right? And it might come back and prove you right eventually. And that's what happened with DJ and the McTominay thing. You know what I mean? Took a while. But
it's crazy because I actually didn't say he was as good as Steven Gerrard or anything like that. I said, it reminds me of a young Stevie G just running around the pitch. Like I said something along to that effect. And it's been a classic quote. I think King of the Indies, you say you remember that. Yeah, that was insane.
Yeah. Slander. Ronnie says 8 games with Casemiro. Not ready to say goodbye. I know, but I'm glad that it's ending well. We so often with United players it doesn't end well, and I'm glad that it's ending well. Finish 3rd place if we can, qualify for the Champions League, and then go and play the World Cup for him. That'd be a great summer for old Cass. Gosh, it's been over 40 months. Says, when Dallo starts into Carrick, we win or draw the agenda against the youth. When Dallo starts into Carrick, we win or draw the agenda against the youth. I think it might be a joke, but I'm not really getting it that much. Maybe, I don't know, I'm not sure. Joey says, has been on for 44 months, says Carrick may not be a success as a full-time manager, but he's no longer a bigger risk than any other manager United bring in. I tell you what, that is really well worded, Joey, there. I think that's really well worded. I think there is so much discussion, isn't there, about Carrick being a risk for a full-time position, or the damage that could possibly do, and would it set us back? But I think you're right. I think what he has shown so far in this run is he's no more of a gamble than hiring any manager. Every manager's a gamble. You know what I mean? Every manager's a risk. Every manager's a gamble, and he's no bigger risk than, say, Roberto De Zerbi. If anything, you could say he's less of a risk because it is better the devil as opposed to the one you don't know. And maybe that might be something to consider. I think that's well put, Joey. Super Arch says, KG, write this down. Unai Emery is a hell no. Well, we'll ask him tomorrow on the red carpet if he's changed his mind at all. But yes, but big up DJ. I will let you go. We'll have a couple of calls with some of the members here. DJ, we will see you possibly tomorrow on the red carpet. Yes, for more takes. But yes, big up DJ as always, coming through on the match view. Let me make sure I got this link set here because I did say I was talking to a couple of members. I'm a man of my word. So there you go. The link's in the chat for those that want to call in and talk to myself and little Miss Asher, who's here. Did you change your opinion? Your prediction? I think you did right before kickoff. You went with a win, not a draw. So I'll let you off. I'll let you off on that one. I'll let you off. Let's make sure I'm on the right screen and everything as well before I take some of these calls. There you go with the what you call it. Thank you for that, Asher. You just sneezed on my arm. That's actually really gross. Let's bring someone in. Let's make sure I've got the right thing set up here. Let's go to Amador. He's outside. Amador. A win and a step closer to Champions League football. What are your thoughts?
Oh, hi, Owen. Just let me know if the sound's a bit fuzzy, but I'm very well, thank you. I'm relaxed. I'm absolutely relaxed. That's the best feeling I could have. Not necessarily about the performance, but just feeling when you can go into a game like this that even when it was 1-1 Owen, I didn't fret. I didn't suffer from PTSD. I thought, we're going to get back into this game. So not comfortable win, but a relaxing win.
Yes, a relaxing win indeed. Bruno Fernandes still continues to put numbers on the board, still get assists, still influence the game, as does Casemiro. With Casemiro first, then we'll talk about Bruno. How much are we going to miss that influence next season? Can we replace that, or is it just a case of trying to find someone that does something a bit different, a bit extra?
I think we're going to miss him immensely. Not necessarily his midfield combative style. It's the fact that he's a clutch player for us. Not just maybe there's a recency bias that little bit, but he's the sort of player that when the attackers are not getting the goals, he will kickstart that and get the goal or create an assist. So my fear for next season is whoever we're getting, whether it's a Bruno Guimaraes, Tonali or Anderson, they're not going to be Casemiro. So a little bit of concern, but I'm glad he's playing well.
Yeah, absolutely. And just finally on Bruno, will he get respected eventually? Do you feel? Does he have to break the Premier League assist record to get it?
He will do, but I think it's one of those things whereby Owen, we dislike him. We like to put hate on Bruno while he's our player. We'd only start really appreciating him once he leaves United or once he retires. Then we realise actually he's been such a good player for us. So it's one of those things. I do have a question for you though, Owen, if you don't mind me asking, about Mbeumo and Cunha. I'm of the view now that I think Cunha is becoming more of a prominent player for United, and Mbeumo sort of not declining, but it's sort of it's gone a bit wayward. I don't know what you think about those two.
I think I really like that Cunha's starting to deliver more on the pitch, because there was a bit of a conversation around him a couple of months ago, wasn't there, about is he affecting the game as much as he should, this, that, and the other. And even during this game, it was like, he's not a winger, and he's not. I do sympathise with him to that point of sometimes he's expected to do what Dorgu would do, and they're totally different. He's not going to do what Dorgu can do, like physically, but he can still go up against players and get balls in the box, which is what he did today. And of course, the finish was brilliant. With Mbeumo, again, I feel bad for him. I think he is in a bit of bad form, but I also feel like that starting position of when you start the game under Carrick's United as the forward, the middle player through the middle, you just don't get a lot. You don't get a lot. And we saw that with Šeško when he started the last game against Newcastle, where that first half, you just don't really get a lot of the ball. So I think then you start drifting, then you start getting a bit sort of rash, and then you start getting the criticism of, oh, actually, maybe you do need to take some time out. The problem now, Abinor, becomes that with Šeško scoring so often when he's coming off the bench, do you keep him there because that plan of bringing him on for 20 minutes when the game stretch is working, even if it means a bit of a decline in Mbeumo? Do you stick with that, or do you have him start games?
Yeah, so this is why I want to ask you, because I feel like a lot of people are going to say, oh, Mbeumo's not performing, he's not getting the goals, assists, but I just think Mbeumo's the sort of player that you have just to, how do I say it, sort of break the defense down, make the other defenders work hard, get them tired, and then up to 60 minutes, once he's tired them out or once they made them feel concussed, you bring on Šeško. So I think that combination does work for this season. Whether that will work for next season when we have like every game in 3 or 4 days, I don't think so. But for now, I think it works. I just think we need to give Mbeumo a bit of space as well. We shouldn't be hating on Mbeumo because he's not doing as well as Šeško or Cunha, because I still think he's a good player. He's just a bit is not a rut, but we just need to give him space.
Yeah, no, I agree. Big up, Abinor. Appreciate you calling in as always. JB says if Šeško was on the pitch for those crosses in the first half, he probably would have had a brace. True, but also if he was on the pitch, he probably would have crossed it. Do you notice all those crosses kind of dried up a little bit in the second half? Because we're utterly predictable in that way, aren't we? Let's go to another call. Let's go to GJE. Another win for Michael Carrick. He's still undefeated at Old Trafford. GJE, 1 foot in the Champions League. How are you feeling about it all?
Yeah, Owen, thank you. Yeah, I'm feeling quite good about it. I mean, I really wasn't worried about this game today. I know, after the Newcastle loss, there was a bit of maybe I'll say there was a little bit of overreaction. You know, at the end of the day, it's football. Things happen. Yes, I know it was 10 men, but even if you look at Newcastle right now, like going to St James's Park to win has been quite difficult for quite a few teams. Like we're talking about Barcelona and who they just played the other day that they beat 1-0. So for me, I was never worried going to this game. Villa on a downwards turn. And like I said, it was at Old Trafford. So I always felt that, yeah, United were going to dominate the game. And I think we did. I don't think I watched the game and I was ever worried. Even at 1-1, I was kind of like, well, 1-1, if we just keep on doing what we're doing, I'm certain that we'll score another. And we did so quite quickly. And then you bring on Sesko, of course, who just can't seem to stop scoring off the bench. And then, yeah, then you make it 3-1 and the game is over. If anything, Owen, I was somewhat a bit frustrated because I thought we could have beat them a bit more. I felt that there was an opportunity to really
Yeah.
just embarrass them a bit more. But do you know what? Sometimes you take what you get, you just take what you can get. And yeah, and I think overall it was a decent performance. I wouldn't say it was the perfect performance, but it was a good performance to make you feel confident because I think it's very easy to, you know, when you're going on a winning run to, you know, things are flowing well, things are going nicely. But when you lose a game, when you drop points, how do you respond? And I feel like today, the players, the manager, the staff, everybody responded very well today. So credit to them.
And what do you think happens for the next game against Bournemouth? Do you think Carrick keeps it as is? Do you think he still goes with Mbeumo to
Yeah,
start, or does Šeško start as the super
weirdly
sub?
enough, I think he does because personally, so when I saw the lineup, I wasn't like, of course, I wasn't upset. I thought it was a good lineup, but I did think, oh, like Sesko is not starting. I just had the feeling. I just had a feeling. I just expected Sesko to start, but of course, when you lose your first game, you kind of look at it and you just kind of maybe go back to what was working. So I feel like if this is working and he's winning, then yeah, I see Carrick just keeping the same team because technically it worked and bringing Sesko off the bench. But personally, I feel like we need to start. I feel like Sesko needs to start games because I felt like, you know, like during that first half, and you just alluded to it right now before I came on about if Sesko was on the pitch, we wouldn't be crossing because I felt like there were two
Yeah.
opportunities where I was like, oh my goodness, I was like, if Sesko was in this game, I felt like we would have first half we could have easily been 1-0, 2-0 up if Sesko was on the pitch. But then weirdly enough, if he does start, maybe that won't be the case. So who actually knows? So I think, yeah, I think Carrick will just start with the same team and maybe carry on what he's doing. But if Sesko starts, I think he's earned it. Like, I think what else do you need? Because the thing right now is that I just feel like the way we're playing right now, we almost need that focal point of a striker. And because Mbeumo, he's not really a striker, I don't think we're getting that from him. And that's why we're probably not seeing the best. Who knows? Maybe if we see the best from Mbeumo, it could be him actually playing off the right. So yeah, so I think for me, I think Carrick plays the same team, but at the end of the day, it's not something that I think we should be like upset or we should start losing our cool over. If Seshko starts, fine. If he doesn't start, that's fine. Because I think Carrick has earned that trust where I'm like, okay, whatever he decides to do, I know that he's trying to do it to get us the best results. So it's not one I'll be too worried about. And then before I go off, I just kind of wanted to say I just want to give huge credit to Bruno
Mm.
Fernandes, because I think, you know, as a player, sometimes as a fan base, I know in this time of our history as Man United, it hasn't been that great. But I think we need to really like give Bruno his flowers right now while he's here, while he can smell them, because he's absolutely phenomenal. He's really like put this club on his back. Even during our worst times, he's always been there. And yeah, credit to him, man, because I felt today, especially that second half, I thought Bruno just put in a great performance. And yeah, I think he will break that record. 5 more assists, and yeah, and then I think it's his. So yeah, so credit to the team. Good
Yeah.
performance today.
Absolutely. Big up GJE. Appreciate you calling in as per usual. And I think actually he brings up a really good point there as well with the Carrick thing with, you know, Mbeumo and Šeško, that had he, if he say did get the job on a permanent, would he even do that next season, right? If you have a transfer window and you've got more players at your disposal and possibly a more out and out left winger or an out and out, you know, and maybe that means that Mbeumo starts on the right and Šeško starts at front. Maybe it's just kind of patchwork at the moment of going, look, I might actually be a bit more expansive, but that takes a bit more time and a bit more training and a bit of a pre-season maybe, and I don't have that. I've got to get the best out of what I've got right now, and I've got to get results. And that's what we wanted today, didn't we, folks? We went into this one going results, and that's exactly what we've got. We're 9 likes away from 1K likes, as the Manchester says in the chat. So if you haven't already, click that like button. Be sure to subscribe, bottom right-hand corner to United View if you are new. I've got to take Asha outside. She's telling me that she's had enough of she's been patient enough throughout this entire stream, so we've got to go. I'm also going to be live on my channel this evening for an AW Revolution watch along, so be sure to join me. I'll be live at 50 minutes before midnight, something like that. I think that's when it starts. So yes, we will be enjoying it. Asher, you were right in the end. We win. Look, you're smiling and everything as well. Have a good weekend, folks. Enjoy it, and we'll be back tomorrow. Steady on, Asher. Steady on. Get excited. Flex will have his reactions outside Old Trafford. Of course, we'll have fan views, player ratings. Obviously, I think we'll have one from KJ the Comedian, Bradley Flex, etc. And then tomorrow we'll be live 9 a.m. per usual. Well, I might not be because I'd probably just got to bed by that point. But Flex will be live 9 a.m. tomorrow. And of course, Monday night is Red Carpet. So be sure to join us then as we discuss possibly the Champions League next season, Asher, eh? Champions League. Yes, exactly. We're out of here. Have a good one. Peace.